Good morning, guys. Hi. Welcome in. Soupy, thanks so much for the sub. Hi, Red. Hi, Curtis. Curtis does a dig. Howdy, 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 howdy. Welcome in, guys. This is the officially the first stream I have ever done for Imperium, which is the contract work slash side project, I guess, I work on with Wraithmas, who's in chat quite often and may or may not be single-handedly keeping the lights on in my house. Hey, boss. Anyway, so I have some work to do on today, so I thought I'd stream it. I have not streamed in over 2 weeks. I feel kind of bad about that. The last stream I had, I mentioned that I was getting sick and I probably wasn't going to stream the next week, and I didn't. And then I could have streamed Tuesday, but I did not get a lot of sleep the night before. I don't remember why. Probably Eternal Strands. Can't remember. Anyway, so yeah, so I just didn't feel like streaming on Tuesday, so I called it in. I phoned it in that day and did not stream. But I'm here today, and we're gonna work on this for a little while. I don't know if this will be the whole stream. Probably will be. We'll see, because I do need like a full day on this to get stuff caught up. We'll see what happens, but sorry. I still have some of this cold left over for some reason. So yeah, what we're working on today, I mostly just need to fix... Sorry, random people talking. Oh, this is probably why they had their dialogue disconnected now that I think about it. No, that wouldn't make sense. Anyway, so right now, these are randomly generated shop items for an arena system we have set up. And these items, well, for starters, for some reason, armor does not show in their little tooltip in the bottom left, or in the bottom center there. It's not showing their cost. Like it on this side. Some placeholder gold coin icons. So I've got to fix that, but also when I bought that first weapon or the first gear there, it does not, like, it's working now, but it didn't save my gear, so I need to fix our save system. Anyway. Hey Mike, thanks so much for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Anyway, so that's what we're working on today, is the save system, which is not that big of a deal. Right now we're using an array of classes to save our gear, and we're switching over to data assets. Meaning, wherever our save game object is, I just need to replace the classes with data assets. I convinced them to move over to data assets instead of using classes for all their gear, because it's easier to like have a library of gear for things like the arena with like the randomized like stuff. So that's what we're doing. So we're looking for a BP player save game. We're also moving to gas from like a... What is this? Oh, I do have a player save on this. Why? I don't think we're... I think I did set up a custom save thing for this, but we don't need it, I don't think. So now the question is, do I just replace the gear, or do we like try to salvage it or like keep a backup for it? I don't think we do. I think we just get rid of it. We also need to save our arena. Round. We're adding that in because we're gonna use the same save system for the same save system for the arena and the main game. So I'm pretty sure that's working correctly. So we're gonna switch this over to this. It can just be an object reference because all of our references in it are soft already. Okay. Wait, I didn't realize you were mute. I was muted? If you mentioned today? Oh, what is this game? I didn't realize you were muted. Oh, got it. What is this game? I expected something else. Like Godot, and then I realized it's still UE. Yeah. It's just a color. So a while back, I built like a color profile. A friend and I were like playing around with like the color profiles in UE5 when they introduced them, and I did this, and I don't know why, because this is, I don't know. I guess I don't know how the color profiles work or how they save across, because I did this in like 5.3 or something, and that's when I started this working on this project with Ryu, and since then we've gone up to 5.5, but I still have this blue color profile, but it's not in my other projects, so I don't really know. Sorry, music's kind of loud. I don't really know why it's only blue in this project and not the other ones. I can move the color profile over. I can just have it. I can export it and save it. But anyway, yeah. So it's just a different like color. So it is not Godot. This is UE5, and this is a game. You had me muted. Got it. This is a game called Imperium. It's what I work on with Ryu. He pays me to work on this, which is why I do it. So it's like my side gig. I only work like 1 day a week on this, one like full day a week, sometimes 2 half days, depending on what my workload looks like on other things and stuff. But yeah, this is what I've been spending like, I don't know, 1/5 of my time on, pretty much. This is another reason why Swords and Magic updates are really slow, because we're working on Seeking Adventure full time, and then this is a side project that I have to work on to pay my bills. And then we also, everything else, all the rest of the time I have goes into Swords and Magic, which right now is very like short amount of time. So I expect to see Seeking Adventure today. Yeah, Seeking Adventure is something I really need to be working on, but I owe Ryu another day on this, and we're trying to crunch to get some stuff cleaned up. So I thought I'd stream it today because it's Thursday and I want to get it done before this weekend. So hopefully we'll just knock it out today and get all the stuff done we need done. So now that we changed this, I need to go find all like the places where this thing is used, and we need to actually like make sure it's working. So I guess we'll do reference viewer. Looks like a handful of places. This one's probably gonna, why are we using this? I guess it's just a child. Probably gonna get rid of that though. This one is gonna matter. Let's start here, I guess. All right, so we're doing a save gear. We'll do a for each loop on our data assets instead. And we need to do, okay, all right, so before we go crazy, I actually think we need to change how I'm doing something, because it's becoming apparent to me that it's going to be problematic if I don't. So our data assets, let's go look. So we have this item here, which has just these basics and does not have a blueprint reference. But then our like armor, for example, has this custom armor blueprint reference, which is important. That's not what I wanted to open. Wait, what is this? Weird. And then we have the weapon, which also has a blueprint reference. And I'm starting to wonder if we should use this blueprint actor on our base one, because pretty much all of them need it anyway. And I wonder if we should just move them over and just convert it and just move that to the base one. I think we're gonna do it, because otherwise I have to, even in here, like I'm gonna have to cast to here to make sure I'm getting like an armor one to spawn the armor or the weapon. And I think that's just gonna be tedious work doing that everywhere. and I could just grab like the base class override. So that sucks. So we're just gonna do this, and we'll do actor. No, this is not. We're gonna do VP item, and it's gonna be a soft class reference, and we're gonna put that into basics and save it. And then we need to go remove the other one, and then everywhere that's being hooked in, we need to fix it. So like this one. Yep. Because now it should be in basics. Yep. This one. Now we're gonna have a bunch of errors everywhere that's being used. And that's okay. We'll make it work. Just hit play and see all the errors that pop up. Well, only one for now. That's fine though. Okay, so now we can do git blueprint class. We also need to do this really fast, actually. The basics in here. We'll grab this blueprint class, and this is going to be items skeletal mesh. Is that base class for armor, and then for the weapons, we're going to do item weapon. And then we're gonna have a grenade item too, but we're not using, I don't have that set up yet, and I don't think it's working in game anyway, so that's gonna be a whole other thing we're doing another time. Okay, all three of those should be working now. I'll have to change it on the actual data assets, that's fine. There's only a handful of them right now. Actually, no, those should be fine. The defaults are fine on those. Okay, let's just save everything. Okay, so that is going to affect the arena manager, our NPC. I don't know why that would affect our NPC at all. It's not being used yet. That's fine. Okay, so now let's go back to our main menu character. We need to async load this. This should probably be a blocking load because it's the main menu. We probably don't do it. We don't want to do it. Oh, maybe we do. Let's just do. Let's do a blocking load for now. And this should be, yeah, BP item. So, what? Oh, right. Duh. Okay, and then we need a data asset, which goes here. And that is it. It would be nice to give this an owner, but it doesn't matter in this situation because this is just going to get, this is just a, yeah, it's fine. We're spawning at 000, which is strange, but it doesn't matter. Okay. All right, save that one. So that replaces our load system there, and that should be working now. And then next, we need to do this on the actual player. There's going to be a bunch of issues in here, I bet you. No? This is some confusing stuff I need to change. Here today is all that matters. What's up, Square Pig? Anyway, so this is a weird situation I ran into yesterday, because I've just been I have to keep just like digging through more and more of the code that was existing before I came on the project. And this is a situation where for some reason, and we're not really sure why yet, I'm sure we're going to find out the hard way. Whenever we pick up an item and we add a new item to the gear slot, what we're doing is we're like storing a reference to this item. And then, we're grabbing this item, we're getting the class from it, and then we're spawning it. So like we pick up an item off the ground, we're spawning that same item again, and then like attaching that to the character. It's the same item. It's not like the item on the ground is like a dropped item actor or something that has like limited functionality. It's like the full item. So like these aren't necessarily the full items. These ones on the ground though, these are like the full items, like with like all the combat information, line traces, all that stuff on them. Everything is on them. It's not just a placeholder that just like shows the item. It's the actual item, the same item that ends up like attached to your hand. But the strange thing is when we pick it up, you think if this had all the functionality on it, we would just move it to the player's hand and just say, okay, now it's attached, and then like tell it like, hey, you're equipped or whatever. So now you can start line traces or whatever. Which we don't need. I guess we don't have to do that because like when you swing it, it probably does that, I assume. But yeah, but instead of like moving it to the player's hand, what we're doing is we're actually deleting it. We're spawning a duplicate of it, an identical copy of it, and then we're deleting the first one and then attaching that second one to the character's hand. And I don't know why we're doing that, because when we drop the item, like, so we already had a sword in our hands, we pick up this new one, we drop the old one. We're just taking that old one, detaching it from the player, and then launching it away from the player. So it just like, we're changing the position of it and then launching it from like the character's like midsection. You'll see this happen. I lost my saved data. That makes sense, actually. Checks out. So when I pick up a new one though, it'll like launch the old one. Like it puts the old one in the like your midsection and then launches it away. But for some reason when we pick up a new weapon, we're duplicating it and like creating a second actor for it, which is strange. And then we're deleting the first one. I don't see a reason to do that. Okay, there's all the errors we're looking for. We knew this was going to happen. All right, we'll just start from the beginning. Okay, so we need, so just get blueprint class. That goes here. So see, like this is what I'm saying. It's like I'm casting to two different places here for this reason, and this is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. We don't need to do this anymore. It does not matter what it is. It'll just spawn the actor regardless. So now we don't have to worry about this. As long as that's plugged in, we should be all set. Anyway, so I want to refactor that too, but I don't know if I want to do it today. It's working right now. What's up, Ryu? Welcome in. It's working right now, so I don't want to go like poke around and break it and then like cause myself another few hours of dev time for something that wasn't a big deal. All right, that was the first error. What's the next one? Equipment the line trace is breaking. Probably because this doesn't have a reference when we're repositioning the mesh. Spawn new item. This is the arena shop. This should be working. Then add component by class. This isn't working, probably because this wasn't working, I assume. Spawn new item. Let's just find this reference. This is what is this? This is the arena shop. So this is happening on this guy.
Glory to Imperium.
Glory to Imperium. Did you just tip $100, Ryu? You're a wild man. Thank you so much for that. I'm not sure if that's going to go to game music since we're not working on Seeking Adventure, but it probably will. So, yeah, I'm sure it will. Snap, crackle, pop. Watching you right before my meeting. Nice. Hope you enjoy your meeting. Okay, so that should be working now. What else was broken? This is all reposition mesh. It's all the same thing over and over again. Okay, so now I bet if we hit play, we fixed that issue. I have a feeling there's more issues though that we're not running into. Well, like for example, we're not saving now because we haven't moved over the save stuff, which is understandable.
Stop mucking about and get over. I am talking to you. Get over here.
As of last night, now when you pick up an item, Ryu, instead of it flying to your right at all, like this direction, this direction, no matter which way you're facing, it always flew that direction when you picked up an old item. When you dropped your old item, it always flew in this direction at all times. Now it just flies in the direction you're facing, which I think was in the intended case, but the code was just a little off. But we fixed it. So I can like face away from the table and pick this up. Oh, not that one because I didn't have that equipped yet.
Hey, get over here.
I don't think these are equipping correctly.
You there. Present yourself for inspection.
I don't have money. We'll fix that. We'll fix the equipping thing today.
Stop mucking about and get over here.
And it's weird because when I buy this item for some reason,
Hey, get over here.
it throws the old one from that spot. So it looks like I'm just throwing it off the table, but I'm actually equipping it. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that actually. Maybe because it's not being equipped properly. We'll fix it. Okay, we need to go to, we have the player, right. This is broken still on the player character. This is probably why the gear's not working. All right, we move through here. We're gonna do get blueprint class. This one I want to do an async load on, and I can't because this is a function. I guess we're gonna have to do a blocking load on this when we save. You know what? It's fine though because we're loading the game. If this causes problems, we'll fix it, but I don't think it will. We could always just like call a function that just handles spawning the actor and equipping it, or an event on the event graph, and then we can async load it there. But I don't think this is going to cause a problem because it's just like this is at load up, so the title, like I assume the loading screen is still going to be covering this. So if we hang the system for half a second while we're loading all these in, it shouldn't be a problem. At the end of the day, it'll be better than having all this in memory at the start of the game, even if you never even see these items. Where I was going with that. Yep, and there's the data asset that we needed. That's where I was running into yesterday. Is we did not have access to that data asset. Okay, all that goes away. And then this goes into here. And now when we actually load up, well, after we get the saving system working again. Okay, let's go look at our save game again. Let's see, not that one. This one probably. Player save. Update player gear. Guess we're clearing this first. Get all items. This is an actor. Get class. We actually need to cast to, instead of getting class here. Cast to VP item. And we'll do get data asset. Okay. I think that's it. Let's go double check everything else here. Player controller is doing something with the... Oh, we compiled successfully. That's strange. Let's just do a search for save game, I guess. Just save. Get player save game object. So that's all it's doing. We just have a hard reference in here because we're casting to it. Okay. Everything should be working then. Let's test if it's actually saving properly. Goes to wherever you want it to go, and no, I hate meetings. Yeah. It depends on what the meeting's for. I hated meetings until we started having Kindred Games meetings, and then I loved all those meetings. Alright. Should have saved then, I assume.
Yeah, I am talking to you. Get over here. Hey. Hey.
This is working properly now. So it's actually like spawning from the right point.
Yeah, I am talking
Right.
to you. Get over here. Hey, get over here.
Yep.
Gladiator, don't make me
But I'm not, it's not visual yet. I don't know why it's not visually showing up.
Present yourself, Inspector.
Weapons are. Oh, I can't swing the weapon though. I can block with it.
Gladiator,
Can't swing with it.
hey, get over here now.
I can with these ones. The stick is obviously either broken or, yeah.
I am not joking. Come here.
Okay, well, we're getting more errors here, so that's good. Oh, what's this? Access none, trying to read property, get item. This isn't valid? Right, you can't do that. Maybe it's just because that was the first time playing, so we didn't have any saved gear. So we couldn't restore from player save. We just need an is valid on this, maybe. No, we must be saving, but we didn't have a blueprint class. I'm confused. How are we accessing none on the array? I guess it's got to be this blueprint class. We don't have anything on. All right, let's go. This has none by default, but the weapons and armor shouldn't have none. Let's just go here for starters. And then armor should be set up correctly. Shield's gonna be broken, but maybe we had a shield. Maybe we had a shield on the same. No, that wouldn't make sense. We just deleted it. Item shield. Okay, that should be working. And then that's the Sword 01, which has BP item weapon. So that should be working. I don't know why that wouldn't be working. Let's play again. The stick might not be defined for the skill. I think I fixed that. Oh, you know what? No, you're right. That's exactly what it is. I know. Yeah, I know it's wrong. The original stick that this is like pointing to, or like the weapon. Let's actually just fix that right now, so we just have a generic thing in there. It's pointing to BP item weapon, which is down here a ways, if I remember correctly, right there. This has no abilities. And the reason I didn't set this up is because we're changing the abilities anyway. Where is it though? Default abilities. This has none all the way down. And then the Sword 01. All these swords have the same ability, but I'm pretty sure. Let's go to the item sword. I'm blind. There it is. Let's copy this and paste it there. So now all the weapons should. I got signed out. And I'm back in. Okay, all the weapons should now have that default. So now we hit play. That should work. Yeah, okay, we're fixed. Okay, I'm less worried about that now. Okay, and now we should be saving, so we should know what we have equipped. Again, the armor is still not equipping correctly, and I'm pretty sure I know why that is. But if I close now and hit play again, I should have my weapon still. And I do not. Why is that not saving? We're getting closer. We're still getting access none. Let's do a breakpoint here and see what these classes are that we're trying to load that don't have any blueprints on them. And I should minimize this. I didn't know we were launching in 48 days. Did my YouTube not update? I'm so sick of streaming to both platforms. This is so annoying. Yep, guess not. Yeah, so that is... I don't know if I can even edit this on YouTube while I'm streaming. That is in reference to my other project, which will be launched... well, actually, technically, we're probably not going to end up launching in 48 days, but the update, or the demo will be out for Next Fest before then. Anyway. It's like, Next Fest is in like 24 days, 25 days, something like that, and that's when the demo for my other project is going out. Anyway, hello, Arithek. You can't edit it as far as I know. Can't edit what? Not in scope. I hate that. That's like a new finicky thing with... Where was it? No. Where was it? Right here. I'm closing all of this. I'm gonna need it again, but for now we're closing it. Okay, so we have to break here, and then it'll be in scope when we cycle through it. Okay, so save gear. We have an unknown class in 0 for some reason. That's what we're getting the errors on. But what? What? Like, why is that? Okay, let's go look at our save stuff again. Where was that? Game instance. We're clearing it, and then we're getting all of the items in our BP comp gear. So assuming it might be the armor. Maybe it's our armor that's like bugged. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking through it. It's got to be the armor, because I don't know what else it would be saving. But if it's not, if it's not finding a BP item, then it shouldn't be saving it. Maybe our armor is just not getting the data asset for some reason. So since the data asset is not getting added here, it's just giving, like, it's finding the item, but it doesn't have a data asset. How about this? Let's do a print on this. We'll just do get name. And print right here so we can actually see what's being saved. Let's just make this like yellow. Show it for like 5 seconds. Oh no, it's showing the armor correctly. I just realized the armor is actually what's showing up correctly. It's the weapon, I guess, that's not. Oh. It's because I'm picking up a weapon off the ground that doesn't have a data asset associated with it. That checks out. Okay, so let's just play through this. And then let's pick up a stick, because these ones will have data assets. This is the save. Right, we just cleared. Wait, no. Why do we not have anything? Yeah, now we have 2 data assets. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's okay, so this is right now. Play.
Hey, I am not. Hey, get over here. Come here.
Okay, and now we close the game. We hit play. Now we're working. Okay, we should have no errors this time. Bingo. Okay, we're there. All right, so now the only thing we have to worry about... Hold on, actually, we need to make sure that actually loaded the stick. I believe it did, but I wasn't paying attention. It did. Okay, so we have our stick loaded. That's great. Now we just need to now we need to figure out why the armor is not showing up visually when we equip it. Also, when I pick it up the first time, it's not spawning the old one. So obviously something is wrong here. All right, so it's probably going to be in here somewhere, which has nothing in it. Oh, right, because it's not in BP item. It's in here. Skeletal mesh. Sticks out. I always hated how Master made it fly in one direction. I don't think he meant to. When I found the code, I think he just it was just some vector math that was a little bit wrong, and so I just fixed it. Yeah, I don't think it was intentional. And it was pretty sloppy, so my guess is either it was either just done like really hastily, or he couldn't figure it out, and so he was just like trying a bunch of stuff and then probably gave up on it. Because it's one of those things. It's like it can get really annoying if you can't figure out how to do it. And it was probably done early on in the project. Anyway, it was a small win, but I celebrated nonetheless. You're not turning the skeletal mesh to visible. That's probably all it is. But the thing is, like, that should be happening already because I didn't change the code of the items. Yeah, I don't know how to change my YouTube title. I can look at it, I guess. I just don't know if I can. Oh, edit video. Yep, I think I found it. Get off my screen. Save. Okay, hopefully that works. Let me know if it says 48 days still on YouTube. Make sure you are turning the skeletal mesh visibility. So here's the thing. This should already be handled, but you're probably right. Skeletal mesh visibility is being set to off, set on ground state, set equipped state. So this should be working already. Here we're setting visibility true, hiding the static mesh. But this might be happening because we're using this async load mesh. So there's a chance that this could be happening. Maybe we just need to... I think I just need to load both the meshes, to be honest here. I think we don't worry about this, though this is useful. I think we just don't worry about this, and we just async load both meshes. So we'll just do like a sequence here. We don't need that at this situation. This is an override from like the base item, and it's useful for weapons. But I don't think it's going to be useful in our situation. I think we're gonna have to do this actually. Man, I really sometimes I've gotten used to working in here without the Node Graph Assistant plugin. But there are definitely times where I'm like, man, that would have been like 3 times faster if I had that. But it's fine. I'm getting faster. I think that'll work. I think we can just cast once there, even though we have a sequence. And then we're setting a material here. I don't know why this is happening. But this is where this was like being whatever. It was happening on the other thing. Okay, anyway, so now we need to make sure these get handled after this gets set. But I don't think it'll matter because if the it should just be show the wrong mesh until these get loaded. Let's put a breakpoint here. So this should show up. Ideally, this triggers first and then this triggers when we hit play. Okay, that triggered, and then we should see this one trigger. This triggered twice. Why? Three times? Oh, I know why. Because this is just triggering for everything, not for items equipped. Which is fine. It needs to happen. So maybe that get owner thing was actually broken. Okay, so here's our set of visibility. So that should be triggering already. But the thing is, we just picked up this item. It should have spawned. So no, because it spawned the item before that. That's why those are triggering before. So they've already had their mesh set up. So that should be correct. This should work. Oh, now we're loading it again. Why are we loading it again? Okay, it worked that time.
Stop mucking about and
I think it's just because I wasn't loading it properly because it didn't have an owner at that point. I don't know why the materials are broken. I wonder if it's just because there's like no material on the skeletal mesh. So it's just using the default material.
you there. Present yourself for inspection. Yeah, I am talking to you. Get over here.
It looks like it's inverted.
Gladiator,
No.
don't make me punish you. Get over here there.
What material is on the skeletal mesh to start with? There's nothing in here. What if we change it to the belt goblin, just to test to see if that's actually what's happening? That is the override material used for outline. Yeah, I didn't change that code. That was already here. I just moved it to actually happen after the thing gets loaded. But this might be an issue at this point. Yeah, I'll remove that in a second and see if it fixes it. It didn't load either. Okay, we'll unhook that. Okay, you're right. Okay, so that's weird because that was already set up on like begin play.
Yeah, I am talking to you.
Okay, so that's working, but it's not loading in properly after we have it equipped. Which means it's not triggering. Like when we load the equipment in the beginning, we're not calling this set equipped state. BP character set equipped state. On gear slot updated. So game instance. That's saving. Now it's a VP player that's like loading it. Store player from save. We're calling equip item. Okay, so there's our equip item. What is the item being equipped here? Weapon, play. So this is working. Is it not saving this item or something? It's calling it here. Let's go back. No, where is it? Player character. Oh, we need to do this as well. We should do... Should we check to see if we're in the arena level before we update the arena thing, or should we just do get actor of class? Since this is on load, I'm not too concerned about using get actor of class. And we do arena manager. And we do update arena update round. Something round. Start new round. Change arena round. How are we doing this though? Or we're literally just setting it and then setting max gear score. Thought I had a function for it. Handles updating arena if we're in the arena mode. Message retracted. Okay. So yeah, I don't know why our equipment is not loading properly here. Let's do a print here and do item name and just make sure this is actually printing. We'll do yellow again. I should have the stick at a right point to play. Yeah, we're like just literally not even finding that at all. It's just loading a stick. So I'm thinking we're not saving this for some reason. It's working here. That's failing, right? Because it's not armor, or it's not a weapon. There's so many better ways to check to see if this is a weapon now that we have a data asset. But that's okay. It works fine. Are we not like saving the game? I guess not in here. This doesn't make sense to save it in here. Goblin belt and stick. So it should be saved here. Master had items saving on equip. So if you change that process, you might overlook. I did not change that process. No, you're good. About to go in a meeting, but wanted to make sure you heard it. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, you're good. Yeah, no. It's I didn't change that at all, so I don't know why that's. It's saving the sword. The stick is being saved. And it seems to be saving the gear. I'll keep digging. We'll find it. Because we're calling it here when it's being added to the array. I just had to build a very similar system for Seeking Adventure. Stick. Equip item. Yeah, and then we're not hitting the... Alright. We're just not getting an item name? Is it not adding to the save gear? Alright, I guess we'll break here. It's definitely showing it. It has a skeletal mesh, and it looks correct. Why is it not triggering again? Oh. No, this is from the saving game object. That should be fine. Well, maybe. Is it because... This would be dumb. This couldn't be, right? Is it because we're loading this? We're getting the save game object here. Getting this. And then over here, we're equipping the item, which then saves it, which then clears the array and then rebuilds the array, which means it would then, when it got to the next loop, that second slot wouldn't exist because we've modified the array. That sounds like what is happening. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch to jump to that conclusion, but I feel like that is very possible if we're saving in the middle of this loop. How is this working before, though? Because I'm pretty sure we weren't caching this or anything, but we should be. Let's cache this so we don't break it. And then we'll loop through this cache instead. If this works this time, I'll be very surprised. Good luck, thank you. Okay, 2 items in the array. Hit play. This is the stick. Hit play. Equip. Hit play. That's the goblin belt. Still 2 items in the array. Save gear only has 1. What? How is this working before? Because this was doing the exact same thing, it just had 2 classes in it. I'm really surprised this was working before, because that should have broke everything. And I did not delete any cached variables in here, so it doesn't make any sense that would have happened. I don't know what I changed, but that was the issue. There it is. Alright, well, it's working. Awesome. I think we're missing an item, though. Not in our save system. That's all working good. Let's save everything, and let's go get rid of our print strings. We don't need any of this. I hope this is working. We can test that in a second. This was kind of like 2 birds with 1 stone, because I was already starting to like sweat about how we were going to handle this, because I didn't know how the save system worked. But when I had to dig into it to change this, like, it was that easy. We don't need this. I don't need this open. I don't need this open. I'm really surprised that was working before. That definitely seems like I didn't change anything, and I don't know what caused that. Okay, where did I put my... Was it in game instance, probably? I'm just gonna unhook that in case we want to use it in the future. Look at you, Dr. Big Pants. Dr. Big Pants. Cool. All right, we're working. We're
Present yourself for inspection.
we're set.
Gladiator, don't make me punish you. Get over here now.
Okay, so let's figure out why these guys are not spawning the right items here. They should be spawning 2 different items. Let's go. We only have 1 piece of gear in there. Let's refresh this. There we go. Now there's more gear in here. They should all be level 1, so we should have more gear. Spawning in here. There we go. I don't have the money.
Gladiator, don't make me punish you. Get over here now. Stop mucking about and get over here.
Alright, that's working. Let's make sure it's saved. Sick. More randomized gear. No, I just gathered up all the coins. We need to save our coins too, our currency. Uh-oh. How do I...
Hey. You there.
We need to fix this issue.
Perception inspection. Stop mucking about and get over here.
Let's get our coins saving now.
Gladiator, don't Gladiator.
Just want to make sure that the other gear slot worked. It did. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay. We master needs to decide if we're using the wallet for that. If we are, cool. So we can't save the... Well, hold on. Can we save the wallet? I think there's an issue with the wallet. BP player save game. We don't have a wallet here, but if we add... Is it a struct? It's a component. We don't have a struct for a wallet. And I think how we're keeping... Where is it? Let's go look. Knit wallet. Update currency. Right. So the problem is we have this currency account, and this is using a map. Maps cannot be serialized, so they can't be saved. So if we want to use the wallet, which we are gonna have to, right? We're gonna have to save this. We need to change this from a map to a struct, an array of structs, which means I have to refactor all this, which is frustrating because I've already done this once. Like I've already changed all this, and I actually might have been the one that set this up as an array, or as a map. I can't remember now. It's been a while. But this didn't work before because we couldn't have multiple currencies. Like it was set up for multiple currencies, but they weren't working the way we wanted them to. And we need to add a new currency. So I like refactored all this. It looks like this is the old stuff. Should have picked up coins. Right, it was triggering as like a damage actor as a damage event. But this isn't terrible to do. Like we can do this. For example, we can keep all this the same and then just add a new array, or even, yeah, like we can just keep all the same and then just add a new array, and we'll just loop through all different currencies and then add that to our save system, and it'll be easy. Let's do it. Let's just knock it out. So we just need a new struct. Where is this at? There's a character gear struct in here. We'll just make a new struct in here to match that one. The way you guys name your structs is so weird, but I follow suit the best I can. Okay, and this is just going to be currency, enum currency type, and this is going to be an integer. What is odd about it? Might be my fault. No, I think it's a Messer thing. I think it's just because he has a lot of more C++ knowledge than I do. So like his struct here, he calls BP struct. But when I name something BP, I only name if it's a blueprint actor. So like if I go in here and I make a blueprint class, which I guess technically a struct would come up in here. Like I can make a struct. Actually, I can't. Okay, so this is the reason then. Because struct is not a blueprint. It's just a struct. But I think the reason it's called BP struct instead of just struct is because you could technically have a C++ struct, which would be a more pure form of a struct, I guess. And so by naming everything BP in here, it keeps it cleaner for him to understand, like probably looking at it in C++ maybe. So he knows like, oh, this was made in the content browser in Blueprints, not in C++. Maybe, I don't know. That's my only assumption. I also, this is just a preference thing, but I would have all this stuff capitalized. Like we're using camel case for capitalization in here, which I've followed suit with and I don't really have a problem with. Like, it's not like I don't remember to do it or anything like that, but it bothers me like the BP isn't capitalized and the struct isn't capitalized, but that's just a personal preference. It really doesn't affect anything. And it's like different from project to project. Like my projects, that's how we name our things. Like we just have different naming conventions from this project, which there's nothing wrong with. Camel case is better than Pascal case. I disagree. You even use camel case, like you even typed camel case in Pascal case, which proves my point. Lowercase? Wait, I can't tell what the picture is to tell despair. Okay, I assume that's a negative feeling. Right mouse button context menu to add a struct, blueprint / structure. No, I know how to make a struct. My point was that it's called BP struct, and I can, and you're right, it is underneath the blueprint section too, which is confusing. So I don't know. It's under the blueprint section. So, but it's like, for me, when I make a blueprint actor, I call it BP for blueprint because it's like a blueprint actor. I don't name like enums, structs, abilities, things like that. Like I wouldn't name those things BP because they're not blueprint actors, I guess. But I guess I should be calling them like BPA for actor, I guess, maybe, I don't know. But if I made like a blueprint class, that would be a blueprint actor, so I would call it BP there. But it is weird that like this is under blueprint, but if I go to blueprint class up here and I look for struct, that I can't just make a struct in here, which was just me proving my point, I guess, that I think is weird that we call him BP because it's not even something you can make in like as a child of a blueprint object or whatever. But that doesn't really prove my point at all since it's under the BP menu or blueprint menu. Camel case for the win. You guys are weird. I think the difference is that Unreal Engine with blueprints normalizes Pascal case a lot. In fact, it even normalizes spaces, which I think actually is a problem. So like if I go back to our component wallet and I make a new variable in here called like wallet struct or whatever, I don't know, it doesn't really matter what it's called, and then I drag it out and I get it, it puts a space in it, right? Like it automatically puts a space in it to make it really readable for humans. So this is why I have gotten used to using Pascal case, because it is like everything in here is like designed to be like human readable, and like you really only use camel case when you're doing C++ or like actually like scripting or coding, because it's that then you can like denote the difference between like a variable or like a class name or whatever, depending on that. As far as I know, I don't really know the like best practices or whatever. So because we're working in Blueprint, it irks me that we're using camel case or like all lowercase in some cases, rather than using what Blueprint is already like laying out for us, which is capitalize everything because it's their proper names. And it's because my background is in writing more than it is in coding before I came to Blueprint. That's probably all it is for me. Like this up here looks so unprofessional to me. Just because like BP is, I don't know, it just seems like it's an acronym. You would never have an acronym that would, or like a short, I don't know, hyphenated. What is it called? It's not an acronym. I guess it's an acronym, whatever. But I would never see this like in writing or like a company name or something that was like shortened, that was like lowercase, unless it was like a style thing for like their logo or whatever. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It truly does not matter. I don't need this. Go away. So how are we calling the save game stuff? Because I can't remember now. We were literally just looking at it. On player save game. So all we're doing is getting on player save game, we're getting update player save game. On save player save file. Where's the actual save happening? Async game async save game to slot. So all we need to do is just make sure the save game is updated in here. So how do we get that from the game instance? Player save game. Player saved game is what we're looking for. Let's do this at like init. Then we can just cache it. So I mean, not that it matters. It's going to be in reference anyway, or in memory anyway, but I don't want to keep casting every time just because, I don't know, good practice. There I am using Pascal case. A wild Mester has joined, and a devious Ryu has departed. Going lurk mode, see you in a bit. Wait, did Mester come in? Hence struct is a blueprint. I see what you're saying. Built the BP underscore on a lot of assets is to but the BP underscore a lot of assets to switch. Yeah, exactly. Yep, and I'm fine with it. I have no problem with it. It just takes some getting used to, just because I'm used to different formatting. But I've never worked on any other project other than my own, for the most part. I've worked. I mean, I've done like a couple game jam stuff with other people, but like I've never really worked with anyone else. So I'm just kind of like made up my own naming, my own like conventions. So I see. Yep, I got it. I got it. Cool. Anyway. Yeah, good to know. I figured that's what it was, and it was definitely not a complaint. It was more just me saying it out loud to get clarification on why it was called that, but yeah, it makes sense. Okay, we've stored that, so now we can just use get player saved game. And then we added the wallet in there, but we need to go add it correctly. Where did I put it? BP struct wallet. And then it needs to be an array. And then once we get through here, we want to do get keys. No, just keys. My fingers can't keep up. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. Should we just clear it here and then rebuild it, or update the element? We'll just update it, override it. I think that'll work. And then we just need to call a save at the end. I actually like how the save system works because it uses the level name, which means each level or each map will have a different save data, which worked out perfect for the arena. So I didn't have to do anything special with it. It just works. And I just discovered that yesterday. So thank you. I don't know if that was like a foresight thing or it was just easier that way, but it worked out. Only time I have a lowercase is the first letter of a variable. And if is in the first letter of a variable is when declaring a boolean or whatever in C++, like b wallet struct. Yeah. I use camel case with master does want lowercase for BP. Good to know. I used to call it Matt or BP, and then Jaden or you yelled at me. Yep, my projects will continue the same just because I prefer it so much. It just looks cleaner to me, but that's just an OCD like writer / artist thing, I guess, that will always be ingrained in my head. And they're my projects, so it doesn't matter. But I'm very good at adapting to other people's projects for the most part. I mean, I don't know, when I'm building my own things, I guess I do use the Pascal case a lot. But not when I'm naming assets, for the most part. I think I've been pretty good about not naming assets incorrectly. But if we find one, I will rename it and fix it up. Anyway, this shall work, and then we just need to call the save on it. So we just do get game instance, and then we'll save. I think it was called save. What is it? It wasn't called save. On player save game. I wonder if this would have actually been better to handle as a function on here. We have like update door states. Update player level, update player gear. Maybe we actually should move this over here. I think we should. We'll just call it update wallet and put it in player save. Get player save game name for arena. I wonder if this is deprecated. This might actually be. We might have to change this if, well, not this. We might have to change how I have things set up then. Unless this is just like working already. We'll find out, I guess. So we're gonna grab all of this. Kind of. We don't need this. We just grab our player saved game. Getting a bunch of notifications for some reason. My brother. Sorry. Okay, and then we'll call the player on player save game. At the end of it. Now we're following conventions. So we get rid of all this. And we say update wallet. That's cleaner, and now we handle all the actual like save game stuff in the game instance where it belongs. Okay, save. Now our wallet should be saving. Oh, we didn't load it though. Right, we never loaded it anywhere. We have to init our wallet, which happens somewhere. Find references. BP character. We're using initial wallet, so we need to change that, I guess. We load in on the player, or we'll just call init wallet again, I guess, on the player. This kind of has to happen for the character. I guess it's probably fine. So yeah, this is where we want to restore. Spawning our equipment here, and then at the end of this we want to get our wallet component. We'll just initialize it again, I guess. And then I guess we'll have to make sure this isn't a race condition and we're not running into the same, like we're not doing this somewhere else. Oh, duh. Oh yeah, and we're gonna have to also build up this wallet first. Let's build this into a function. Or I don't know. Now I'm not sure how to do this way. I want to make this a function on the wallet because I want to handle all the wallet code on the wallet, obviously. Component. Hey, what's up, buddy? Long time no see in here. Rustin Graven. This is the first stream I've caught. I got your game a couple of years ago and have loved it ever since. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm assuming you're talking about Swords and Magic, which is because it's my only game that's really out. But I appreciate that. This is actually contract work I work on for with a friend. So this is not Swords and Magic that I'm working on today, but yeah, I usually do stream Swords and Magic. Actually, recently I've been streaming a new project which is coming out this year, early this year, in the next couple months. Hopefully. I think we're just gonna... I think we're gonna do like an init player wallet. We'll just kind of like handle that. I think it'll be fine. And then we'll just input our wallet here as a struct. Array. Actually, I kind of want to just call init wallet again since it handles updating the wallet. We might just do like a cached or local variable. And we'll just call init wallet. I don't want to set that. Okay, and then when we set up the player, we'll just call init player wallet and plug this directly in, and that should be working. Now we should be loading. I felt like I needed to make an appearance since I interrupted you. Nah, you're good, man, but welcome in. Yeah, I cannot think of the name of that book, though. It's like Force something. The thing is, Jake, for everyone else, this is completely out of context. We're talking about a book, a Star Wars book. The book is like, the whole book is like fan service. Oh my god, these guys they're so annoying. we need just a Boolean to turn them on and off the volume. So the whole book is like fan service, and it's like you're not you. I'm in game development mode, so you as a player. The character the character in the book is, I think it's a girl. Maybe it was a guy, I can't remember. I don't know. There's a boy and a girl. They're kids. They're like teenagers. And the back of it sounded like this was like a cool like character arc for like a smuggler or something, and I guess I just misunderstood what the back of the book said. I don't know. But they like just kind of like jump around through like historic places in like the Star Wars universe, and they don't actually do anything. Like nothing actually really happens in the book. It's like the whole thing is just sort of like fan service to all these different locations, and like talks about a little bit of history. It like talks about like main like characters in the movies, and like goes to locations where that was important to them, and like they steal this girl's like rich dad's spaceship or whatever, and then they like just fly around the galaxy and like do like nothing. there's like a bad guy who's after them or something, and then the dad like calls the police. I don't know what they call them. Like, it's weird that Star Wars doesn't like really define that. But like, so they're like being chased by these guys because they've stolen the ship or whatever. And then there's like another bad guy too, but he like never really shows up. I don't remember. And then at the end of it, it's like, or like the last couple chapters, like they like get busted or whatever, and they like bring the ship back, and then the dad's like, can't believe you stole the ship or whatever. And then the girl like gives a speech or whatever, and she's like, we just want to go see the galaxy, Dad. And then he's like, fine, take the ship and go do it. And then they like take the ship and go fly around the galaxy anymore. And at that point I was like, this is stupid. Like, this doesn't make any sense. And this like, it feels so like forced, and like there's no way this dude called like the police on his daughter for stealing the ship. There's no way he's now just gonna be like, fine, no big deal, just take the ship. Like, it was just stupid. Anyway, I can't think what it's called though. It's like Force something. Hang on, I have to find out.
Hey, get over here. I am talking to you. Get over here.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey. Hey. Stop mucking about and get over.
I got it. I found it. It's this book, Force Collector. Oh, the whatever. It's awful. It's honestly really bad. Oh, now, okay, I'm remembering more about it now, which is weird. Like, you'll see why. When I touched the book, I remembered more. The kid has force powers. He's force sensitive, but what happens is when he touches things, he like remembers like memories of them. So he's like searching the galaxy looking for like memorabilia. Essentially, it's literally just like memorabilia and like artifacts from all the movies, and he's like finding these artifacts in order to like remember, like to like learn more about the Force, whatever. It's dumb. It was just dumb. I made him leave. Sorry, everyone. That was fast. The Plagueis book is super good. Highly recommend. I might try it. I think that this is so it does say Journey to Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, which is weird. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. So I think what happened is I was in Barnes & Noble, and I've never read a Star Wars book before, and there's a lot of really good Star Wars books from what I understand, like some of the more old school ones that I'm sure are way more like true to the series, whatever. But I think what happened is this was when the newest sequels came out, episode 7 through 9 came out, or were coming out. They were probably in the middle of them coming out. And I think that Barnes & Noble had like a big like Star Wars section to like, you know, promote it. And I think what was happening is I was like looking through there, and this sounded interesting. And I think it's very much just like a fan service, like young adult, like book that's really just intended to be like, you want to buy or go see the movie now? Doesn't it sound like a great idea to go see the movie now? Because we reminded you of all these cool things in the previous movies that now you want to check out. I think that's what happened. And I think it was just poorly done. I don't know. Maybe it's a great book and I'm just picky. I don't know. But anyway, I haven't read a Star Wars book other than this one ever, actually. I usually read lit RPGs. Jake, I don't know if you know what lit RPG is, but if you've ever seen Sword Art Online, or even like Ready Player One, I guess, is sort of lit RPG. Oh my god, shut up, guys. Basically, it's a book that's like the character is like stuck in a video game typically, or in some cases they like die in the afterlife they've chosen or whatever, like a digital afterlife or whatever is like a video game. But basically it's just like and sometimes it's just like they're just a character in a world, and this world has video game rules, like they level up and stuff like that. So the whole thing is like we need to make them talking people. Saved. Rama save. What? You mean inferior solo leveling? Yes, solo leveling. Is that so? I literally have the first solo leveling book that I need to read. It's like a graphic novel though. I don't think it's technically the manga. Maybe it is. I don't know. I bought it. I haven't read it yet. I haven't even opened it really. It reads like an American book though, left to right. So I'm assuming it's not the like legit like manga. I think it's like been Americanized for American people. I mean, obviously because it's not in Japanese. Anyway, oh, we need to check if this is even working. It is not working at all. It is definitely not working. Okay. Anyway. Moving on. There's a chance that what's happening is the player is initializing the wallet after this section. So it's not working. Anyway, but yeah, Jake, I would check that out. I'll have to find the book that like I got into that started it for me that I really liked. I've read a bunch of them now, and I honestly most of them I don't like. There's like a running trend with lit RPGs where it's like a power creep fantasy. So how it works is like the player starts out in a world and they know nothing about it, and they usually die within like, you know, like the first chapter or two of the book, and it's horrible and excruciating, and they're like, what the hell is that? And then they wake back up and they're like, I'm never gonna die again, this is horrifying. And usually they're like exploring things, and they like discover abilities, and they're like, oh, you've gained 3 experience points in lock picking or whatever, you know. And then it's like, oh cool, I can learn lock picking, and like that part is really exciting to me, and I love all that because you're like exploring a new like video game world, and like the character is like learning how the rules of the world work, and they're like discovering stuff, and that part's fun. I'm a huge fan of discovering things, obviously. And then there comes a shift in like almost every book where once all that stuff kind of gets established and you've kind of discovered the basic rules, instead of like continuing to discover new things and like the character like going on different like adventures or whatever to like expand those things and get better at them, instead they just like jump straight ahead, and they like let the player like or the character either find like an exploit, which they then exploit the hell out of for like 3 in book weeks, whatever, and they sum it all up in like one paragraph where it's like, oh yeah, and then he just killed 400 of this same monster because they figured out that this is the best experience drop, and so he got really good at it, and now he's killed 400 monsters, and now he's level 150. And then like they skip all of the progress at all, and then suddenly they're like end game, and then there's like some drama, and it's like, where's the fun in that? Or it's a situation where they literally just they just grind, like, which is I guess what I just explained. So there's either like an exploit where they like find out, oh, if I cook these berries and then I eat them and then I jump off this cliff and do this thing, then this thing happens, and then I get experience for that, and then I can do that to power level. Or they'll just grind and power level like by killing the same monster over and over again or whatever. And it's like, I don't know why any author thought that that was a good idea in any book, but it seems to be a very running trend, or a pretty running it's a running theme in a lot of lit RPG books. And when I get to that point in almost every book that I've read, I'm like, I'm done with this. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and read a book about how this dude grinded the same monster for, you know, 12 months or whatever to power level. Like, just tell stories in your world. Like, there's so many things you could write about in your world where like things are happening. Like, oh, I came across, then he comes across a bunch of trolls that he has to fight, and then he comes across a pit in the ground and he falls into it and has to find his way. Like, there's just so many things you could do in a book that doesn't have to include power leveling. I don't know, it just seems stupid to me. Moving on. It's Korean made. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I'm more of an anime guy, so I don't know. Fair enough. Making them talking people, stop the initial talk to me noise. Oh, I can do that. I like, I knew that's what you were talking about. I didn't know what you meant. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you saying we should use Rama save to save the fact that we've already talked to them and so they don't have to keep calling you over? Is that what you're asking me to do? Because I can set that out. Let me just get the wallet stuff working, and then we can look into that. And then we got to work on gameplay abilities too. I was thinking about doing that today, maybe. I can look into it on stream. I want to get the passives working, because right now armor doesn't do anything with the data assets. So how data assets are working, right? Are you still in your meeting, or are you free? On abilities and first. Yeah, got it. Okay, so let me show you how this is working. So blueprints, there's a item libraries. So this is the item library stuff. This is all the data asset stuff. So there's a weapon library and an armor library right now. You can sort this up however you want. So let's say you want to make new armor. You just open this up and you can just duplicate one of these. It's just easier to just duplicate one of these and then just follow the naming convention, which I have unfortunately capitalized. They're called DA for data asset. I will rename all of these to lowercase if you'd like, because I didn't realize I did that. I think when I'm in my own content folder and I'm like doing stuff and I don't see the lowercase things, I don't think about it. So my bad. But anyway, we could just call this like Goblin 03 or whatever. I don't know if there's even a Goblin 03 for like upper body. And then you just go in here and this is all of the stuff you can change. So instead of having a whole blueprint of like tons of stuff to change and like swap out and like sort like filter through, this is just all the important stuff. Like all the stuff that we actually need to change that actually does things. So yeah, there's like the world mesh and then the skeletal mesh. The weapon doesn't have a skeletal mesh in here, so you don't have to worry about like having to like remember if you need to change that or not. You're just good. And then you can change what type of armor it is. Yep, and then here's all your hide information that you guys had. You can change like hide different gear slots if you need. Or you can do hide hair and hide facial hair for helmets. We could have done this automatically too with like helmets, but I think it's better this way. So in case you have like a circlet or something, you don't want to hide the beard, this works better. So you guys are doing it a good way, I think. And then this is the part that is like gas related. So this passive effects thing. So normally your armor just has one thing where it says like how much health does it give you, right? Or how much like max health does it give you? So we're still going to do that, but essentially what I want to do is, since we're using gas, I want to do that through a passive ability. So when you equip this armor, it'll just give you whatever this passive effective is, which will be a gameplay effect, and then the magnitude you want it to be. So it'll basically just be like GE for gameplay effect. So like GE like armor health or something or whatever. We can call it whatever you want. And then you'll just like choose that as armor, and this will, I'll set this as a default once we have it set up. And then you just have to change the magnitude. So like this one I want to give 15 health or whatever, and then just type that in, and then that's how much health you'll get for that. And it'll just automatically use the gameplay effect for that. And then when this gets equipped, it'll just loop through all these passive effects and then grant those to the player. So what that means is you could give like certain armor, like this gives you the Thorns ability. So whenever you take damage, the enemy takes damage. And then we can just build gameplay effects that do those things. That would actually probably be a gameplay ability, but it'll give you a passive Thorns effect. It'll give you a tag, and then when you take damage, it'll check for that Thorns tag, and if you have it, then we'll grant damage back to the enemy by using another gameplay effect, which is just like going to be a generic like damage effect or whatever. So health and stamina, yeah, perfect. So that's easy. So you can just add those as default ones, or I'll add them as default ones, and then they'll be on all armor, and then you just have to choose the magnitude on each one, so you can do it however you want. I also have the gear score listed on here, but depending on how you want to handle this, we can either have this set up automatically or manually, so you just type in the gear score and you determine how strong something is, or we talked about doing this automated. So what I was thinking is, whenever you make a new item, so like we just add this new item here, right? And you go to item libraries, here's the data item library. We're using this primarily just for the arena, but we might want to tap into this later too. Like if we want to like randomize like shops or something like that, in like a town or whatever, based on gear score. So you could say like, well, this town is pretty hard to get to. It's going to be later in the game, so it'll be like we want to just spawn random weapons and armor here, or whatever we want to sell or whatever, based on the gear score of like we want to show things between like gear score 30 and 45 or something. And then you can use the data item library to loop through this and find all the items to get that gear score, and I can build a function for that to be done really easy. And then you can just like spawn random items there. So how this works is it uses this populate library editor utility, and you just right click on this, because if you open it right now, it only shows the 4 items in here, and we actually have 4 armor and 1 weapon, so we're missing one. So So you just right click on this and go to scripted asset actions, and we just click populate library, and now it's added the 5th one in here. So we have the new armor. So what I'm thinking is, in this script that does that populating, what I can do is just go in here and grab the item and calculate the gear score, and then when we actually set it to the library, we'll actually set it to the new gear score. So we'll just modify the gear score in here automatically. So we can put a boolean on it too that says like auto calculate gear score or whatever, and you can just uncheck that if you want to do it manually, or we can automatically do it. It'll take like no time, and then we'll automatically calculate that based on the passive effects you add onto it, and that's probably about it actually. Like what'll probably be entirely based on the passive effects. So we could just set up like a curve that says like, if this gives you +5, like, or like +1 stamina will give you like +1 gear score, and then +100 stamina will give you like +10 gear score or something, or whatever, however you want to set the curve up. And then we'll just like find the number in between there, and then we'll just add those up based on each of the passives. So we'll just make a curve for each passive, and that should work. That should work really well. Do you apply the effects by themselves, or do you need to use an ability to do so? No, you can apply the effects by themselves. I have not used newer gas, and I have not really played with the gas companion in depth too much, but I'm very, very confident you can just apply them. So I'm pretty sure what we could do is, on like the player character, whenever we like equip gear or whatever, you would just loop through those passive effects. So we already have a data asset somewhere in here. So get our passive effects. Oops. And these should already be set up to gameplay effects. Oh, well, there's a gameplay effect. And then it's a soft reference, so we'll have to async load it. So we'll just do a blocking load for now. And then you can do, what is it? It's been a while. And in Swords of Magic, we used weird things too. Tags. There's definitely a way to just grant an effect. But yeah, I know you can add it without using an ability. At least I thought you could. Really thought you could. Where's our, do we have an ability on here? So this is the old ability too, so we don't have the ability system component on here, I don't think. I'm just gonna add it for a second. So this is the core ability system, and this is the plugin one. I'm just gonna add this one because it should have the same context. Is it apply gameplay effect? Yes, apply gameplay effect to self. And then we would just do this. Oh, well, okay, so I need to change this because I'm using not a class reference. So that was stupid on my part. But yeah, so you would use like a class reference, and then you would just pick like GE damage, and then the level is the magnitude. And that would be it. And then it looks like, I don't think you need the context, effect context, but we could make it. Nope. I think you like, that is not what I thought I was gonna do. The thing is, like with Swords of Magic, we already have like a lot of the stuff. I thought it was this. This doesn't give me any options, so I don't think this is actually what I want to do. What is it called? I don't think it's context. Spec, maybe? I don't remember. There's a way to like set it up so you can change the like duration and stuff like that. Like you can override the duration and everything, but I don't remember how to do it now. We can look into that though. The effect itself will already have a duration on it. So like this GE effect damage, we can already set it up to have like it's instant right now. But we could give it a duration. You can add stacking. You can add tons of stuff on here. You can add tags. It's not you have to expose the tags. I think is a component. I'm pretty sure you add like. Is that how it works? I don't remember how it works now. They added a new the new like tag system like they added is kind of weird, but tags are pretty useful because we can just give the player tags that do like just so we know like if the player has a certain effect or whatever. Or you can just check effects too. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff we can do. Make spec handle like class. That's the one. Yes. And then you can. Wait, is this not? Is this the one? You can get the effect context from this, but how do you? Is there like duration? There it is. So okay, so using this, you can then set certain things like duration. You can set stack count, things like that. So like as you apply it. But honestly, this is kind of unnecessary in most cases. Like there's definitely times where you might want to do this, but for the most part, you can kind of just build you can just make a generic effect and then an effect with your magnitude. But yeah, just applying a gameplay effect to self is usually the best way to do it. And then we can build like a blueprint function library for like gameplay ability stuff. And then we'll just like build all the stuff in there so we can just call that system. And then the reason that would be useful is because then we could also like handle like a buff bar or something like that. So if we wanted to like show you're inspired, so now you have +5 stamina or +5 strength or attack damage or whatever right now, then we can like show that on your bar like over your health or something like that. And then so if you like build a blueprint function library with these, then after you apply the gameplay effect, you can also like use the context of that to show the duration of the buff and things like that. One tricky thing that we ran into, and I'm sure there's a solution for this now, but in 426 they didn't have a good solution, at least not in Blueprint, was that there was not really a way to like determine how much time you had left in a gameplay effect. So we had to like fake it. So basically what I did is like, I think I was like using like a bind event that like checked to see whenever an effect wore off, and then I compared our active effects, which was being handled manually unfortunately, with our current buff bar to see if any of the tags matched, and if there was a missing tag, then I would remove that buff from the bar, which works, but I think is a really hacky way to do it, and I think there's better ways to do it now, but that's something I have not like looked into, so we need to like learn more about that. There's a health pot effect which already does that time thing, so might want to see how he did it. That should be built in. But yeah, so we'll get to this though. We're gonna get to this soon. Very, very soon. Let's just get this the wallet thing fixed up. Okay, anyway, wallet thing. It's over here. Let's put a breakpoint on this and make sure we're not just missing it somewhere. All right, it's being called, but our wallet's empty. That's fine. Okay, and then we just need to, let's double check that we're saving it when we actually pick up the stuff. So that's in wallet. I wonder if update current, oh. This is only on remove currency. That's why. Okay, let's try again. So this should be saving. I know you guys have like a save progress thing showing up in the top right corner. Got it. And then luckily we have an async or like a queued save system, so we're not like overriding that every time we pick that up. Okay, we have 90. Escape, play, 90. Cool, that's saving now. That's gonna save us some time. Now we don't have to worry about this thing. Also, we can also do this. Oh wait, what's it called? Currency? Is it not called currency? What do we call it? Money. So we can do money now, and then we want we can do blood coins, and just do like 400. Nope, that didn't work. We need to write down how these things work. It's called blood coins. Why didn't that work? Money, F string, and amount. Wait, we have a type on the end? Wait, hold on. Type amount. Why is it type amount, type amount?
I am not joking. Come here.
I thought I tested this. I don't know why it's showing type amount twice in there. It's triggering it. Type blood coins. And then just trigger it. That's okay, so it's all working. I don't know what. Is this not working? Is this not doing anything? Oh, I think I know it's wrong. I never tested this apparently. This is looking for the player, not the wallet. It's okay. The cheat manager can be ugly. There we go. Why did that happen so many times?
Stop mucking about and get over here.
Oh, right. So it sets it.
Gladiator, don't make me punish you.
Maybe 6,500 was just too many.
Hey, get over. Stop mucking about and get over here.
How did I just get 300? Oh, I know what's happening. It's okay. Why is that happening? It's dropping our old money on the ground. It's dropping all of our money and then giving us a new set of money. I think this is old code. I think this give currency does something weird. Now I have to look into it. Just kidding. It's on the character, I guess. Update currency. Why is it dropping coins on the ground? I don't understand. I remember seeing something about this though. This store's magic member and looking at it differently, so probably not. Yeah, this game called Imperium. And yeah, I'm working with Rhythmus, who pays me to work on this game, which is very nice. Okay, step into, step over, step into. Everything checks out so far. I'm so confused. Why are we dropping coins? Where are we even getting that from? Oh, drop all money. Why am I doing that? Why are we doing that? Why? Whose idea was that? I don't know. I mean, I did that. I just don't know why I did that. It's not adding to it. It's like literally replacing it. That's fine, I guess, though. Right? It's just a cheat. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, so yeah, now you can just do that, and then luckily, like with how the console works, which is awesome, you can just hit the up arrow and like do your last thing. Cool, yay. It would have been nice if we were just adding that much amount, and then you could take that much amount away, but it's fine. I don't think it matters. What is this game all about? So it's an open world. I don't know how to explain it very well. I don't have like the full vision either. I'm mostly working on an arena mode for it, which is almost like a roguelike arena mode where you fight enemies to progress through a series of waves. And then once you finish all the waves, you finish the round. And between rounds, you can upgrade your gear, buy new weapons, equipment, buy potions and health stuff, potions, health and stamina potions. And then you start the next round, and the goal is just to see how high you can get, pretty much. But there's like a whole main game to it, which is an open world like gladiator based game. It is set in like a futuristic Roman Empire. So it's like sci-fi, but as if the Roman Empire never fell. And yeah, and as far as I know, you can purchase like villas and run your own arenas, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I haven't really dove into the like campaign stuff in a while. But it was a game jam game that Ryu and I think just Mester did a while, like in 2023, I think. And then they've just kind of run with it. Yeah, it was for the Mega Jam in 2023. And now it's turning into a full project. We just moved everything over from a custom ability system that they'd set up to gas. Like we're right in the middle of moving that over. So right now everything's kind of broken. And during that process, because the arena system, and the way we were storing equipment was using just classes, and all of the items in the game are just blueprints. So like all of the weapons are just individual blueprints. Where are they? Here they are. So we didn't have like a library or whatever. So I convinced them to switch over to data assets. So I just finished setting all that up like today, like literally just now. So now we have a whole data asset library that we're working from, which makes the arena system way easier because now I can just grab data from a library and like populate shops and stuff like that with it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's fun to work on because it's like we're using like all the current like Unreal tech in the main world. I should show off the main world. The problem with the main world is that my PC can't really run it very well, so it's just gonna be like lag fest when I go in, if we go in there. So I mostly just stick to my corner here in the arena. You win villas by killing the champions. The goal is to kill all the champions and get to the Primus. I don't know how it's pronounced. In the main city, and then you can run the arena. If the game is a hit, we'll open other islands and with new armors and monsters and new styles of weapons. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's fun to work on. All right, so currency is saving. Arena progress should be saving. We can test that, kind of. The problem is we don't really have the gear to be able to defeat the arena. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. We need to be saving the game after each round.
I am not joking. Come here.
So you come back to that same round when you load back in. That was the idea, right? Like we don't want players to be able to like choose the round or anything like that. We just keep them at the last round they were on.
I am not joking.
So we talked about this too. We talked about the concern being that if a player like got to a round with gear that was a bad choice,
Stop mucking about and get over here.
like if they bought terrible gear or whatever, and then they're out of money and they're stuck on a round and they cannot beat one of the enemies on the round, which shouldn't really be a problem because it's randomized, and so every time they come back in, it'll like and start the round again, it'll be a new set of enemies, so they're gonna probably find something they can beat. But I guess there's a possibility that like
I am not joking. Come here.
they bought like a garbage weapon and they're out of money, and now they literally cannot beat the next guy and they're stuck in that round.
I am talking to you. Get over here.
Round is saved anyways. Yes. Yeah, I've already got that set up. That should be working. I think if I increase the round a couple times,
You there.
we should be on
Present yourself for
3 now.
You there. Present yourself for inspection.
Round 3. And then I need to do something to save. So let's go pick up some. Oh, I can't leave now. Never mind. Guess we'll fight this guy. Oh wait, are the enemies broken now? Oh, I see what you mean by some of the hits are not connecting now. Is this a gas issue? So I'm going to look into the enemies now because I'm guessing that they are not properly being set up with the new data assets. But also, they're probably also not going to find very many data assets or like weapons to spawn. Anyway, we're on round 3. We should have saved the game because we picked up gold. So let's quit the game. Yeah, so we're running into errors there for sure. That's okay. We will fix that. If I start again here, this should be round 3 again. Nope, round 0. Should at least be round 1. We didn't start on round 1, so how did we get to 0? Oh, because we're loading. Okay, because we're not... Oh, I know what's wrong. Well, no, I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I do. We're not actually saving it anywhere. Okay, so whenever a round is completed, we need to save it. That means if we debug, update the round, we have to finish a round before we can actually save it, which is fine. Where is this set up now? It's been a while. Wave timer. End of round. Wave count, round count plus. Okay, so here we need to call the save. Nope. Game instance. So now, where's our game instance? We're going to make a new function in here again. This is going to call update arena. Infinite arena round, just in case, because I don't want this be confused for anything else. This isn't going to matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Because there's no way this is going to get called anywhere except for the arena. And we can grab the arena manager here. Oh no, this doesn't matter. We don't need the arena manager. What am I thinking? We're calling it from the manager. Okay, we're just going to do get player saved data, get arena round, no, set arena, and then we just do save on saved on player save game. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Okay, let's test again. We do have to actually progress the arena this time, though. Oh, one last thing. Let's go to our player save game arena round. Start this at 1 instead of 0. Good to know it was loading, though. Because these characters are not gas, you didn't finish the wave. Oh, I see. You were testing to see if it was round 3. Yeah, your round controller is a coder. He starts with 0 instead of 1. Yeah. Yeah, that's just because that was the default. Okay, so this is not going to be saved. So this is going to be round 1. And we are getting errors because we are not so these guys are not setting up their equipment with data assets properly. I'm assuming they're trying to load classes in still, and that is just something that I totally spaced. On the bright side, it makes it way easier for me to test this. We should check to see if it was the last character or the last fighter in the wave, and then do the slow-mo only on the last one, not on all of them. I think there's 3 waves, so we have to brutally murder these guys with no defenses 3 times. We're also going to set them up so, like, I don't know why they're not running in here right now. This should not have some... Actually, this might have something to do with them not having proper weapons equipped, because I think if they didn't have weapons equipped, they wouldn't attack you. I think that's like in their AI stuff. Round clear. Okay, so that's the end of the round. That should have saved. Now when we come back in, we should be on round 2. We just want to make sure this is working, and then we'll go into their stuff. Open the gate.
Gladiator, don't make me punish you.
Round 1 again. Damn it. Why did that not save? Oh, I'm an idiot because we never called it. I do this so often. I'm not gonna do it again right now. I think it's gonna work though. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I will do it right now. Hang on, because I just remembered we have a kill all cheat.
Hey, get over here.
Did not kill. Damage. Target and then all. Oh, I don't want to damage myself though. But that worked. I did not damage myself. I don't know why I got a thing, but this is much faster. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're good. I'm clear. Okay. We can exit.
Yeah, I am talking.
Round 2. Progress. Okay. Cool. All right, so that's being saved. Now let's figure out what's going on here. So we are obviously... No, not that. Don't care about this. Yep. Okay. I think we actually, I had this working and then now it's not working. Okay. Okay, so I actually did set this up correctly. We just changed some things, so it's not working now. We could technically, I don't think we need to do, these don't need to be done separately anymore. Like all the starting gear could just be added to one thing. Well, I guess it's fine because then we have like access to the gear to like, but we could just like add these to the same array and then loop through all 3 of them. Like we could do, oh, it sucks this is an event. Well, I guess it has to be. I really wish you could add and then get an output. It's fine. It's fine. We already have it like this. Have you gotten to use common UI on this project? Not on this project, but I was playing with it with another one. Another side project I was toying with a while ago. I didn't really love it. Like, the only thing I really liked about it and that I really used was the like layering, like the widget layering, where you can just like slap widgets up on the screen and then just take them back away. Like that was nice. But like everything else was kind of like, I don't know, making like I just don't have too many like generic widgets, I guess, generic enough widgets. We still got errors. Where are your weapons? Okay, wherever we're setting our starting gear at. I think is on the spawner. Okay, so apparently it's in the arena. So this is why, Ryu, this is why the gate was up at all times. Because getting through the dialogue every single time to test this was pretty tedious. Oh no, did we break this? Oh man. This was just like triggering every time. Why is my stuff like everywhere on here? Oh, this is the gear entrance zone. Never mind. That's not what I want. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I like the common UI. I just think it takes a lot more planning, in my opinion. Oh. So yeah. Yeah, how do you feel about common UI, Ryu? Okay, it worked that time. What slots do... Okay, so there's no slots in here. There's nothing in here, so we're not finding any armor. Why, though? Damn it, I thought for sure this was going to be working like really easy. Am I not using this anywhere else? I think I definitely missed something. What? A raid? What's up? Is it Cherie or Sherry? I guess there's no way for you to tell me. Because you're just gonna type the name. Anyway, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you working on? Man, I don't know what I've done wrong here. We are working on this is a game called Imperium, and it is an open world gladiator game. But I'm working on an arena mode for it that is almost finished. We're just kind of refactoring some stuff right now, so everything's kind of broken. That's raid and run. Fair enough. Enjoy your good luck on the Steam launch. Thank you.
Thank you for the follow.
That's for a different game, but it's coming soon. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your. I'm assuming food. I'm assuming you're gonna get food because who? I don't know who like streams and then ends the stream and doesn't go get food. I guess I actually used to do that because I used to stream till like 4 a.m. and then I go right to bed. Okay, we're not. This is not the debug stuff. Okay, begin play. Here we go. Register all gear assets for later use. This is what we need. Get our item library, which is correct. Item armor, item shield, item weapons, and we are setting them to these data assets. Aha. So the problem is that I believe we were using these. These need to go bye-bye. And these also are unnecessary now. And these. Wait. Where are we? Hold on. I think this is the problem. This has these sorted by type, and that's important. Yeah, okay. So I think this is where I left off and I forgot I didn't finish this. Okay, so what's happening here is we need the armor separated by type so we can roll for different slots based on a gear slot cost and rarity. So all we gotta do is go in here and we're gonna separate. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's good. We're gonna grab our armor data that we just filled in here. We're gonna do. We could do this in a different function. We'll just do it in here. It'll be fine. Get gear slot. And then I think we'll just use this. How do you do this? It's not an array. Set member. I'll be able to do this again anyway, but nope. Is this really the best way to do this? I feel like there's a better way. Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is the best way to do this. Oh no, because I have to make an array out of it too. Oh man, no, I guess it's fine. I just have to get the... Really? Why don't I just sort these into... No, this is stupid. Let's not use this struct. This is dumb. I think I was trying to keep it clean, but this is just dumb. Coming from Sherry, you could probably use a select instead of a switch. Yeah, so normally you would, but the problem is I have to, well, the way I have this set up right now, I wouldn't be able to, because I have to use, I have a separated struct here, and this has a struct with a bunch of arrays in it. So I would need, I can't like get the array out of it based on a select, because I did consider that too. I'd rather use the select. And I think we'll use the select in this case because I think I'm just going to make a new array for each one of these. And then I can just use the select and then add to that array, and it'll be fine. I think that's the best way to do it right now, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I think I can just duplicate my armor data and call this like armor head, I guess. Sure. Let's call it organized armor head. I don't know if this is the best way to do this. This is gonna be annoying though. We're gonna have a ton of variables. Upper body. Hang on. Where was this? Okay, better idea. How about we make a function where we plug in the gear slot, it loops through and returns a cached array of the slots. Then we don't need all this. Find gear of type. We import or input gear type. No, hang on, this can't work. This needs to be called find weapons of type, and then we'll have to do one for armor. And then this is going to be, what is this called? Weapon category? Okay, and then we grab all of our weapon data, loop through it, make a local variable called cached weapons, or sorted weapons, I guess. Hold on. Return this. I want to call this sort of weapons. So this is going to be... Okay, and then we'll do get type, weapon type, if this is equal to... Nope, wrong equal. Every time. I don't know why this defaults here. It's like a handful of things that like in UE5 that like defaults to weird things, and UE4 didn't do that. There's one really obvious one, but I can't remember what it's called. Which one it is now? Add. And then we spit that out at the end. Okay, great, perfect. I could have made one function for this, but we're just going to do two of them. It's fine. And then we'll just duplicate this function. Find armors of type. And but this needs to be gear slot type. And then this needs to be armor data. Get gear slot equals type. Is this... Oh, that's annoying. I thought it was just a generic item, but it is not. It doesn't. It could have been a generic item. Because I'm only using this for sorting. Or for finding the best slot. And that uses a generic item. So, but we've already bit the bullet here. So... Okay, and we don't do this with shield. We don't have to do it with shield, luckily. That's... No, stop. There we go. Cool. Now... let's make these pure... Sure. And now we can go back into our... We don't need to do this anymore. That's all done. Choose what? Shields. Wave type. This one's armor. So instead of doing this, we do find armors of type. And that goes in here. That's much cleaner. That's much better than doing what I was just gonna do. Phew. Sorry, I now understand that wouldn't work. Yeah, no, yep, we're all good. Honestly, if you didn't say anything, I probably would have just kept going and then made a really stupid, messy blueprint, so... Actually, where's the other one? This one? Where is it? Choose weapon. Shield data. Wait, what? First, let's check for a shield, then we'll roll weapons afterward. So over here we have... Find separate weapons from type. Wait, did I already do this? No. I kind of did this. This doesn't work anymore though. Yeet. Wait, is this not gonna error? Okay, yeah. I was afraid I'd just deleted the wrong one. Okay, we have a weapon type. We do find weapons of type. That goes here. Done. Okay, let's see if that was all we had to do. Sure, I guess I'll start the fight even though it didn't matter because I forgot I have the gate up. Gate up.
You there. Present yourself.
Still got errors for shield, probably because there is no shield, but he has a weapon. But he's not fighting back. I don't know why they're not fighting. I don't believe I changed anything. He even got armor on. Does he just have the goblin belt on though? I think so. Okay, no, that's a good sign though. So the shield's giving errors because there's no shields. I'm guessing that's what's happening. We're trying to async load a class that doesn't exist because there's no... Wait, that's erroring? Wait, what? Trying to find property shield. Why is this one erroring? This is the weapon. So why is this one saying access none, trying to read property shield? I don't even have a shield. Like I haven't even like made a shield data asset yet. So like there should be no shields at all. But why are we... I don't understand why it's trying to read shield. Is it just being buggy and dumb? Let's just assume it is. Let's go make a shield. Let's make a new folder called Shield Library. Miscellaneous data asset. Shield. DA underscore shield underscore... I have no idea what the shields are called. We'll just call this shield 1. This is getting weapon and blocking information. I guess that's fine actually. It probably just inherits from weapon. Stick. I don't think so. This seems to be a shield. We'll just make it this metal shield 2. Shield. Left hand. We need to change the defaults on this. Shield name, left hand. Shield's good. Okay, all the rest of that should be good. Save. Okay. All right, we now have a shield. We just need to go in here and refresh this. We'll check it's in there. Perfect. Okay, so we shouldn't be getting errors and shields now because they should just automatically, they should have a shield. This should just work. Still failing to read properties. Okay. Why? Oh, are we not setting up the shields? This is our fighter. I'm very confused. Oh, I should have moved those in that category first before I deleted it. Here. Choose armor. Choose weapon. First, let's check for a shield, then we'll roll weapons afterward. So, cached weapon types. That's fine. Wait. Let's put a breakpoint on this and make sure this is actually happening. Okay, we found our shield. Gear score 1. Okay, good. Okay, that should be working just fine. And then we found the best item. I assume we're getting this. How's the performance of your games? Seeing a lot of cast 2 nodes. Casting is fine. Weapons can block too, though. Yeah, no, I think the weapons also have that. I'll double check though. Yeah, you can cast all you want. It all depends on if you have that reference loaded or not already. Casting is like pretty much negligible. Like casting doesn't really do anything. It's not really a hit on performance at all. Unless you're casting to an asset that isn't already loaded and you're loading it, which is fine. But if you're doing that to like hundreds of assets, thousands of assets, whatever, and you don't already have those assets loaded, then you're loading them into memory, which can become expensive. Interesting, you guys both spawn on the same side. What's going on with this? I'm really confused why this is giving me a shield error. Multiple videos stating that cast 2 nodes being non-performant was debunked, including official UE peeps. Yeah. They fixed it in the newer 5.5. No, it's always been fine. They did make it better, but not fixed. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with casting. Casting simply loads an asset. So if I take I don't know. It doesn't really matter what it is, but like, so for example, if I have like a generic like actor or whatever, and I'm casting to see if it's a character, right? I'm casting to see if it's enemies 05 or whatever. I'm casting to see if it's a goblin. Let's say that my goblin BP. All that's doing is taking the actor that's a generic thing that's already loaded into the system, into the engine for sure, because it's a generic actor. It's like base actor, right? It's a base class actor. That's already loaded for sure, because everything in your game is an actor pretty much, right? And then you're casting to a goblin, which then has to load the goblin, right? So the goblin immediately gets loaded into reference now, into memory. So now you have everything on that goblin loaded in. So if the goblin is referencing a weapon actor, that's loaded in. If the goblin is referencing, I don't know, an array of loot or whatever, all of that is loaded in. If one of those loot items happens to be a blueprint, like let's say you have a bunch of blueprints as loot items. So like you have like loot or like blueprint underscore or BP underscore loot underscore hamburger or something is one of your loot items for some reason. And that references like, let's say, I don't know, a gameplay effect or something. That's now loaded in too, because you've loaded in all that loot, and then you've loaded in all of the assets that loot is connected to, right? That's where casting gets you in trouble. So if you're casting like, and also if you have a ton of like enemies in the game, right? And I want to know, like, well, if it's a goblin, I want to do bonus damage when I hit him with this sword or whatever. So I do damage with a sword, and then I check to see, okay, is this enemy, is it a werewolf? Okay, it's not. All right, let's cast to the goblin. Okay, nope, not goblin. Okay, let's cast to a mermaid. Okay, it's not a mermaid. Let's cast to a bandit. Nope, not a bandit. Okay, let's cast to a troll. It's not a troll. I've now loaded in all of those assets, right? Because I've casted to all of them. So if they weren't loaded into memory already, like if the player hasn't encountered them yet and they haven't spawned in, then now they're all loaded in anyway. And anything they're connected to isn't loaded in. So that's why casting is dangerous. But if you use it the right way and you build your like blueprints the right way, then it doesn't matter. Because for example, if instead of having an array of loot that are all asset or actor references, if I made an array of loot that are all data assets or item IDs or something, that doesn't load anything in, right? Like I can load in a string, it doesn't matter, right? So if it's a string with an ID on it, great, wonderful. It doesn't have to load in that loot until the loot actually spawns. Then it loads in the hamburger or whatever the loot is, potion or whatever, right? Or if I if I need to know if like I'm gonna do bonus damage to a werewolf when I'm using a silver weapon, then on the werewolf itself, you would just check to see what type of damage you're using. So you don't need to cast to every single type of enemy you have in the game when you do damage. So as long as you build your code architecture in a intelligent way, then you don't have to worry about casting. Like anytime you're casting, like you should think about it, right? So like, for example, I was actually just doing something here with a game instance, right? So I have to update my, whenever I pick up gold, I want to update the wallet, which will then save the game and save how much money I have or whatever. So this is a reference to my game instance. So on begin play, I'm getting the game instance and then casting to I get an actual reference to my blueprint game instance. So that way I can call this function update wallet, right? So I'm doing this one time at begin play, not because I'm worried about how many times I cast, but every time I pick up gold, I am going to cast. So like that does take a little bit of like overhead to like actually do the cast to check it. Like it's going to take something, just like every node takes some sort of like overhead to actually use. So I just did this once and at the beginning of the game when the wallet's initiated or initiated. Yes. I'm casting one time and storing as a reference, and then I'm using that reference everywhere else. But I like this cast is not expensive because this game instance is for sure loaded. I'm positive that I have the BP game instance loaded because it's the only game instance we have, and I'm certain that by the time this gets to the initialization process, it's going to be loaded in already. So casting to it doesn't cost anything, right? Like it costs something because I have to actually do the cast. Like it has to figure out what this is. But like other than that, it doesn't have to like load in a whole new game instance or anything like that. So as long as I know that this thing's already loaded, then casting is basically free. So you can cast 1 billion times, it doesn't really matter. There's some information it looks like Ryu posted, but hopefully I explained that to you. So yeah, and I hope I didn't sound like condescending when I was explaining that. I wasn't trying to be rude or anything about it. Isn't the function still checking 60 times a second? Which function? Hold on, let me go back. I would I mean, I'm not casting anything on tick. Not just that, but if you cast objects that hold references to lots of other stuff that's not in memory. Yeah, exactly. But if you use soft references, like you can have a list of loot that's soft references too. So like if I had a list of like 100 different loot items for some reason and I didn't want to use data assets or IDs for like a library of loot, or even like a data table or something, if I didn't want to do that and I wanted like actual actor references for each one, I could just use soft references, and then I can load in that goblin or whatever with its loot table of 100 things, and it won't cost anything because they're all soft references, meaning they're not loaded in yet. It's just a soft reference to the class for when I'm ready to load it in. And then when I want to spawn that loot, I just have to async load or blocking load, or I can just load that loot at that time to turn it from a soft reference to a hard reference. And now it loads in that loot. So as long as you're smart about how you set it up, and don't get me wrong, at one point I also thought casting was bad because I didn't know what I was doing. Not saying you don't know what you're doing. I'm just saying like I didn't know what I was doing at the time. So I thought casting was bad, and I didn't know how soft references worked or hard references worked. And so my actual like main project was called Swords of Magic and stuff, which is out on Steam, and it runs pretty well. I mean, it's not perfect. There was a lot of mistakes made early on in the development of the game, and it's way too late to change those things now. And it's already out in early access, so it is what it is. So it's not perfect, but I learned a lot from that game. And so early on, we had a whole data table filled with hard references. So every single time the game started up, it loaded everything into memory. And at one point, we were just like, wow, if you have like less than like 8 gigs of RAM, you can't even play the game because it just crashes on startup because there's no memory for all this stuff to be loaded in. And that's when we realized like how soft references worked. And me and like 2 other people on the team at the time had to go through and like not necessarily learn it all. I had to learn it all. But we had to go and refactor everything in the game to use soft references. So we learned a lot then, and that's where I learned most of this is at that point. But isn't the function still checking 60 times a second? No, functions run whenever you tell them to run. So unless you have it on tick and you're running at 60 frames per second, then if you're running 140 frames per second, you're checking 140 frames per second. So tick depends on your frame rate. But yeah, like, so if you're putting a cast on a tick, that could be expensive, right? And there's probably a better way to do it. You could probably cast once before you turn on tick or on begin play or whatever, and then use the reference of that. So like I could cast this on begin play, right? Get the game instance reference. Now it's already stored and I have it loaded in, and then I can use it on tick. I can say, hey, on tick, I want you to check this number or whatever on my game instance. That's fine. That's cheaper than casting every frame, and you can do that. And that's how you should be handling that. So good take. Cool. It makes sense. I was just under the impression that you need to avoid. Nope. Yeah, no need to avoid casting. You should avoid it if there are better solutions, right? So if you need to, like the whole like silver weapon werewolf damage thing, you could, if you really needed to and you didn't want to put like the damage modifier or whatever for weapon types on your werewolf for some reason, you could, when you deal damage, instead of like you could do bonus damage or whatever to certain enemy types, right? So you would say, like, this is honestly a bad way to set this up, but you could do this and it would be better than casting. So instead of casting to every weapon type or every enemy type to see how much bonus damage to do for every hit, you could do a like deal bonus damage to werewolf or whatever, which would be a custom function on the werewolf, but you would call it through an interface. And so then it would attempt to call it on whatever actor it was you're hitting. It didn't matter if it was a goblin or a werewolf, but the werewolf would be the only one who had that interface that was like custom silver damage or whatever. and then they would call that function then and then use it. So like in that case, casting isn't great. It would be okay, but it isn't great. But an interface is better because then it doesn't have to load in every single actor just to try to figure out which one to do the bonus damage to or whatever. And again, that's a terrible way to do it. An interaction system would be a better example. So if you were pressing F to like open a door or pull a lever or turn on a light switch, right? You don't need to cast to like between all the actors in the world that you could potentially interact with, so you know which function to call, like flip switch, pull lever, open door, right? Instead, you would just do a generic interact interface, and then all those things would have that interface, and you could run different custom code on each one of them in those interfaces on that actor. So the flip lever would play an animation that pulls the lever and then triggers something else. The flip light switch would have an animation or maybe some code that just switches from an on to an off switch or whatever, and then calls some custom code or triggers events on something else to turn on or off lights or whatever. And then your door would play an animation to open and close the door, and they could all run the same interact interface that you call one time whenever you interact. And then anything you interact with can have that interface and have all custom code on it, and you don't have to cast all of them. So you don't load any of them in, you just trigger it, and then that thing, I mean, it's probably already loaded in, right? Because you're interacting with it, but yeah. How do you feel about get all actors of class then? Not a fan of get all actors of class. That's a slippery slope. However, I am using get actor of class, so it'll get the first of all those actors, which means I don't have to get rid of all of them in some situations. I typically will only do this at like begin play or during like a load. So for example, when my character, where is it? Somewhere in here when they load in. Was it in here? Oh, I'm searching, that's why. I was like, I think there's more functions on this. No. Restore player from save. Maybe I'm not doing it anymore. No, right here. Get actor of class. So basically I'm attempting to find the arena class. This is during my loading process. Or during the loading process. So I'm using get actor of class. I could clean this up a little better because this only exists in my arena level, which is a very small level. But there's a, you know what? This is actually, I'm glad we're revisiting this actually, because I do need to fix this. So this is what I should be doing. Because this is actually not ideal, because this means this will happen in every single level, and this isn't going to exist in every level except for one. So I'm going to get errors, and I don't know why I didn't think about that. So I'm glad you brought that up so I could look into it again. So what I can do is get current level name, and I can check to see if this is equal to why is that not working? Duh. So this is another situation where like, why did UE5 default to that? Okay, so basically what I'm checking to see is the name of my level this name? So level underscore arena infinite underscore kindred. I'm assuming that's also not capitalized. Yeah. So if we're on this level, then I can do this get actor of class because I know it exists on this level, and I can then call this function to like set the max gear score or whatever on the arena thing on the arena manager. So basically, yeah, like that was a bad place to use that actually. But now, I mean, like using this is fine as long as I understand the context I'm using it within. Get all actors of class, pretty expensive. Probably shouldn't be doing that. Mostly just because you're going to iterate through that list, I assume, afterward. like gathering a list is expensive, but then also iterating through every single actor in your world is even more expensive. So this is a lot cheaper because this is it just finds the first one. So once it finds, like, it starts iterating through, and then once it finds the first one, it's done. So it's a lot cheaper than get all actors of class. So what I could have done, get all actors of class, then just do get 0, get copy of 0, whatever. And I could have just done the same thing, but this is a lot cheaper than getting all of them. But yeah, because I don't need to get all of the actors in my world to know for this one. But I think how get actor of class works, I think it actually does loop through every single actor in your world until it finds this class and then returns the first instance. So this is still expensive. I'm pretty certain that this doesn't just have like a magic way to like find that first actor. But it'd be a good question to ask like GPT, because it would probably know the answer to that, or just Google it, or have GPT Google it for you. Anyway, so this is still expensive, but the arena is a really small level. There's not a lot going on in the arena. It's an arena level. There's a couple like NPCs in it. There's like a handful of like shop items. And then whatever we're going to be putting like in the stands or whatever, which will probably be like an instanced like skeletal mesh or something. I don't know how we're going to do that. Are we putting people in the stands, Ryu? I don't know what the plan is for that, but anyway, yeah, so this is probably a little expensive, but since it's happening at startup, there's going to be a loading screen over the top of this before this even, like, while this is going on. So if the game hangs for a split second because of this for some reason, the players won't even notice. It doesn't matter. Does not matter in this case. So, and it's only it only happens one time during load. Never happens again in the whole game. So it's fine. Anyway, moving on. For each loop bad, then guess what? You also will have a crap process if you use a for each loop. I love that Moz comes in and says that's crazy, because Moz is the person who I worked with to we learned together how bad our data tables were. Was it Joe, Moz? I don't know if you're still in here. Was it Joe that came in, was like, hey, why aren't you guys using soft references? Or was it you that realized we weren't using soft references? I know there was a lot of learning happening at that point. I don't remember the order of events and whose idea was, who was like, listen, we need to move to data assets. I didn't mean to sidetrack you. No, no. Okay, hold on. First of all, I don't know why it says this. I changed the name of the stream. I don't know why it still says this. I need to fix it again, I guess. It's less than 48 days to launch, but that's a different project, and it's a much smaller project, and it's a side project I'm working on. And it's probably not even going to launch in that many days, but it is ready. We are doing a demo for for Next Fest on Steam. That's a game called Seeking Adventure, and it's a like little tiny 2D, technically 2.5D, but no one knows. It's a 2D like search and find game, or like hidden object game, mixed with an RPG. And it's much smaller, and we have like 5 levels done already, and we're like, that's all we're doing 4 levels for the demo, and we're almost done. So that's what that is referring to. This is a different project, and this is way further out than that. Yeah, so I'm not super rushed, other than the fact that I'm wasting time in not actually working on this, which Ryu probably doesn't love because it's his project. But no, you're good. This is, if I didn't want to be sidetracked, I wouldn't stream. Bulls are bad. Tags are the new bulls. Bulls are fine. Bulls are like the cheapest of all variables you can possibly have. I think tags are way more expensive than bulls. So something I learned, I know this applies to get components of actor. I'm not sure it applies to get actor of class. Is that those functions loop through all actors and step through to find the actor you're looking for? Yes. I know this applies to get components of actor. That's fine though, because it just loops through the components of that one actor, because you need a reference to that actor. So that's cheap. get all actors of class is expensive because that has to loop through every actor in your scene. So if you have like a big open world game with a lot of actors loaded in at the same time, I think, and I'm pretty sure even cold actors still get looped through, because just because it's cold doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's still there. It's just hidden from like rendering. So like even those get looped through. So get all actors of class, very expensive. But get components, not bad. Get all components or whatever, that's not too bad. Because I mean, how many components you can have? Like 10, maybe 20 tops. Like, that's not that big of a deal. And they're already all loaded in, so it's not like you're loading them in or anything like that. Like, it's fine. But if you call it a lot, yes, you don't want to do that kind of stuff on tick ever. Get actor of class doesn't iterate through all actors in the world. That's a common myth. Oh, it doesn't. Good to know. I tried to do data assets at the start, but couldn't figure it out. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, you know what's funny is when we switched over to data assets, we used a data library and used an ID system like that, like item IDs. And that's like the one thing that I really wish I would have done more research on before we did that, because that has haunted us since the beginning. It is such a headache. And every single time I've done data assets since then, I've used a direct like data asset reference instead of an ID, and it's so much freaking cleaner. So like our weapons in this project, I don't know where they're at. Hang on. I don't know where to find anything in this project. Weapon, sword. Like if I open this up, there's just a spot on here for data asset, and I can just pick a data asset and put it on here instead of having to like type in the ID, the name. I don't know why we did that. There's probably a good reason for it, but I don't remember what it was. But like this would be so much easier just to like search for sword, right? And be like, oh, here's the sword I'm looking for, rather than having to remember the ID. Because that, and like not only that, but like I can't tell you how many bugs we've had because of typos. Like hundreds of bugs, hundreds at least, if not thousands of bugs that I've had to fix because like someone typed something wrong or whatever, or they just like added a space or forgot to put like the like it's like what's it called, like item underscore, is it item or like material underscore or underscore copper. They just put in like material underscore copper, or they did material underscore copper underscore ore or something. It's just like a million ways to like mess it up, and I don't know why we did that. Steam game is due for release. Yeah, let me get the link. Hang on. I already had it up. This is the game. Actually, I think I can just do Steam. Does that work? It's taking its time, but there it is. There you go. So the first one is my main project, which is already out in early access, which I'm chipping away at, but it's not making much money anymore. So it's not a primary focus right now. But there's an update planned and in the works for that, that adds skill trees to the game. Anyway, and then the second one is Seeking Adventure, which is the new game that I'm working on. And then this is my like paid gig that I like. Ryuthamus here in chat pays me to work on his game. That's what I'm working on today. This is the first time I've streamed it, and I've obviously screwed up my stream title, so that's confusing everyone today. Everyone's like, wow, this comes out in 48 days, and I'm like, no. No, it doesn't. The teeny tiny Seeking Adventure game comes out in 48 days. I actually need to update the screenshots because a lot has changed. Like that hex grid is ugly, and now it's a nice, really nice looking map now. It could. I don't think so. I think we could get a demo out in 48 days, for sure. I think a demo out for the arena for sure in 48 days. I might have to put in more than 1 day a week though, if we're gonna do that. But we can get it done. Anyway, what the heck is going on with this shield? I don't understand why we're loading this, why we're failing to load this. So let's do. It's a weapon object. Okay, where are we setting starting gear? Let's go look and make sure that we're doing this correctly. Choose weapon. Maybe we just screwed this up. Okay, so this is the shield section. We have shield data. We're putting in shield. We're getting out of shield. We're putting in a shield here. No weapon here. Done. Great. And then we go through here and we add a weapon in. If it's not a shield, it's a pole arm or a spear, and we're using a shield. Oh, yeah, if it's, yeah, we don't want a pole arm or a spear if we're using a shield. This is all working fine. And then we're finding the best gear in slot. We're looking for weapons. This is weapon type. And then we're putting in weapon. So yeah, I don't see what the problem is here. I don't know why we're getting an error about shields in the weapon spot. I'm seriously confused by this. I would understand if this one was erroring, then it'd be like, all right, cool, it's not finding a shield. That makes sense. But why would this one be erroring out, saying it can't find a shield? Access none, trying to read property shield 14. I'm so confused. Does this one error the other one? Nope. They're all the same. They're all the same async load class, which is weird. And this is casting a weapon class, but I think the shields are weapon classes. We could technically be casting to the base class here, because it doesn't need to be a weapon class. We could just do a cast to item class, make it a little more generic, and that everything should work the exact same. But this isn't where we're getting errors. Oh, and I just did it in the wrong place anyway. Let's put a breakpoint here, I guess, and see like where this is even triggering, or like what's going on here. Okay, so step over. Shield, there's nothing here. Or weapon. And this is not in scope, and this just gives me no data. We have starting gear. Weapon, sword. So there's no wait, hold on. Why are we trying to find the shield? It does say unknown class. Okay, something is wrong. The weird thing is, like, they have a chance to have a shield, so they don't need a shield. But so I don't know why it's triggering every time. So yeah, all right. So we called this, which means we never even we didn't even pick a shield. I guess technically these should be checking to see if they're valid first, which is going to probably solve the problem. Maybe. Oh God, I need to close stuff. For the like the weapon's for sure gonna be valid, so I don't know why this is an issue at all. This one we could check if it's valid. Because if it's not valid, we don't need to spawn it, obviously. Okay, no error that time. Does this guy have a weapon? He does. Why can I not see the debug data on this? And we're still getting unknown class for sword. Like armor is just nothing. There's nothing in armor. But why is this shield getting unknown class? Oh, we have more than one enemy this time. I really don't know why we're getting unknown class there. And we're not even finding this. Leaves my job and tells my wife. Thanks for the wish list. Arthritic, appreciate that. I mean, basically have 2 jobs because in the last 2 days alone I put in 2 5-hour streams. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Danny's doing a stream almost every day. Oh, is he? I need to follow him. I didn't know he was streaming. Is he posting on the Discord? Is there a shield placed on the ground? No. There's not any shields placed on the ground. I deleted all the gear in here except for I dropped 1 item in here for testing, but I delete it again because it was causing problems. Okay. False. False. We only have 4 to go through. False. True. We have enough points. False. So we failed. We did not put a shield on. What is our spawn chance for this? We had a 25% chance to get a shield. We do not have one. Okay, so we didn't find a shield. We're good to go. Great. And this should not be valid. It's interesting this says unknown class. Like, there shouldn't be anything here. It should just be empty. Is it just because it's like null? Yeah, it's just empty. I mean, I'm not setting it anywhere else, so this should be fine. Clearing it here. This is debug junk something plugged in. We're just getting the starting gear there for each fighter. This is armor. That's the weapon. That's the shield. It's just weird that it's getting unknown class. I guess maybe just having empties unknown class. And then we init our gear here, which is just setting everything to null. I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't think it's a problem. We do need to make let's do this. Let's set our shield potential to 100%. So weapon type costs, shield was the last one, I think. Yeah. Let's go 1 here. So now every enemy will have a shield. So play, step over. Okay. We have 1 shield in our array, so it should return the only shield available. Yep, it did. Stat numbers instruct. Great, we have a shield. It's just so weird that I was getting none when I wasn't even like asking for the shield. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just because I was breaking it, like it was looking for a reference and like couldn't find it. But then like, why wasn't that happening on the weapon or on the shield? Oh, I guess maybe we weren't getting the, no, we were getting the shield. I don't know. I'm confused. Okay, so let's look here. So now, yeah, so now we have a shield in there. But it's, I don't know, it's just so weird. Like, why are we not getting an error here? Oh, maybe because the weapon was always filled in, but the shield wasn't. So why wouldn't this have been giving an error before we put the as valid in? It was just this one triggering an error. I don't know. I'm confused by it. That's valid, so we should be loading it. Okay, let's disable this and hit play. And this and hit play. And this. So these guys should all have shields. And they don't. Okay, so this is probably an issue with how the shield is being set up on our fighter. We're spawning the weapon class. What if we cast to shield? And the data set's going in. I'm pretty sure our shield class, though, should be BP item shield. Do we not have a base shield class? Yeah, right here. Duh. Oh, it is based on BP item, so it's not based on weapon. Ah, okay, so this is not gonna be set up correctly, I don't think. I mean, our item gets set up correctly. What does our weapon need to do, though? This might work. Maybe. Do we have abilities on here? Nope, none. Okay, so let's go copy abilities over. They also don't have any abilities. Well, this makes things more complicated. A is working now. Oh, and they're fighting now too. Wait, what happened? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I'm used to the block in Eternal Strand now, which is way more forgiving. Ugh, I'm too slow. What? I parried you. Get wrecked. I don't know how I fixed that. Honestly. I don't know why that suddenly fixed arena fighters. Oh my god, this guy's way more aggressive and I'm really bad at blocking. How come he's not being parried? Oh, that was my bad. I was too early on that one. Ah. He doesn't like being parried. Jumping over them is not a useful strategy in this game. Just so you guys know. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Right, is it harder to parry when you don't have a shield? Like, is the window smaller? I'm trying to anticipate it. Yeah, you like have to know exactly when they're gonna attack. Can we have like a difficulty mode so I can play on easy and like have a bigger parry window? I actually want, maybe I should change the parry window or make the parry window, build our parry window into our difficulty settings in Swords of Magic. That actually might be a good idea. Okay, we're back up and running. Now we just have to build our data assets. Everything is back to working, right? You. Thank God. Oh, we should fix this. I don't know why these guys are not showing up with shop or with currency with their cost.
Come here. You there? Present yourself.
Their cost is not showing up. I don't remember where I set that up, but it's almost 3. I'm gonna take a quick break, use the facilities, and probably swap out my warm water, and I'll be right back. So hang tight, I'll be back in a minute. I returned. Let me know if the music's too loud. I turned it up a little bit when I left. Okay. I think we should, I know Ray wants to do gameplay ability stuff, and we can do that. But I also kind of want to finish up some of the last couple things we have in the arena. Like when the enemies walk out of the gates here, the gates should close behind them. And I'm kind of thinking, as of right now, how this works. Is, let's see. Music was too loud. I almost never catch you when you're live, so I wanted to say thanks. I found your channel like 4 to 5 years ago. Just randomly browsing Twitch during lockdown. You inspired me to learn UE5, and now I'm running my own game development studio. That is awesome, Jim. That's really cool to hear. Thank you for telling me that, and congratulations. Do you have a game out yet? If so, you should share a link to it. Or if you don't have it out yet, but you have a Steam page, you share a link so we can just go check it out and get the wish list. That's huge. That's cool. Yeah, I thought you were going to say YouTube channel. A lot of people come in and say, like, I started watching your YouTube videos forever ago, and I really need to get back to YouTube. I have not released a video in a long time, and the last couple I did were, like, huge flops. One thing I've learned is that I probably can't keep going with my devlog series that is now like 28 episodes long or whatever, because people like don't want to watch something at like episode 28 and they don't have the time or attention span to go back and watch all 27 videos before that. So I think when I do those devlogs, I need to keep them more like abstract, to put it in programmer terms. But yeah, that's cool to hear. It's crazy I've been streaming that long, but yeah, I've been working on Swords of Magic for years. It's like, I think it's been like 7 years since we like started the project, which means I've been streaming for about that long. Because I started streaming, I think 2018. So it's been 7 years since I've started live streaming. It's weird. Like I haven't like been enjoying it as much as I used to. I enjoy it once I get started, but it's like the effort to like start doing it is just like a lot of work for me lately. So I haven't been streaming as much as I want to be. I love streaming once I get going. Let's get going. I'm like, why don't I do this every day? I should just sit down and work and stream every day, but that's not very practical. Anyway, we are opening the gates when the next wave starts. And then I think we don't ever close the gates. Well, we close the player's gate when they get in. And I'm thinking we should maybe do is we listen for when all the enemies are out of their gates, and then we close it. But I wonder if the player can the player get into the gate before the enemy gets out? And if so, how do we solve that? Yeah, no, I don't think so. So let's do this. How about we put a... What if we just grab a plane? Like, what would happen if we just did this? And maybe we might have to make this like a transparent material or something, so in case we do have like lighting effects in here or something. Let's also double check our nav mesh. Oh right, I can't test nav mesh for some reason. I don't remember why. They do something with nav mesh in this project that makes it so you can't see it. I guess it's probably not weird, it's just different. But I'm worried this is going to affect nav mesh. I guess we can just turn that off, huh? So, oh, I did this the wrong way. It needs to go this way. And it will have to be invisible because it has to be invisible so I can't see through it, obviously. But can the AI just run through it? Oh, I need to turn off. Oh, this is not, well, no, that should work. Because it should be one-sided. So it should let the players go through. I wonder if I can just... Do we have collisions for... It'd be nice if we had an object response for like enemy and then player. But I don't think it's worth setting that up for this specific situation. What if we just put another gate like on the inside, so even if the player does get in there, they can't go anywhere? Because that's not, I don't think that's going to work. Let's try it again. Maybe I just should have waited a little longer to see if the AI walked through it. But I don't think they will. Like, I'm pretty sure I like saw him like standing on the other side. Oh, he's over here. I'm so bad at this game. Right, we need to fix that too. We don't want them to be able to drop their shields. And if they can't drop their shield, punch the microphone. If they can't drop their shields, they need to not be picked up. Yeah, so this dude's stuck here. Which I don't get, because like, this is a one-sided mesh, so I know if I turn around the other way, I can walk through it, can't walk back out. We have our first game coming out this summer. Not a lot to share yet, and I don't want to make it about me. I just wanted to express some gratitude for the inspiration. Well, that's cool of you. And yeah, I appreciate that. I really don't mind if you post a link or something. Oh, I can't walk through it? Are those not one-sided collisions? Okay, so maybe this actually will work if we just bring in a mesh with a one-sided collision. That's weird that the plane is not one-sided. Anyway, but yeah, I don't mind if you want to do some self-promotion. I asked. I'm curious if you have a Steam page. I want to see what you're making, but yeah, I get it. I get you don't want to make it about you, but that's fine. But anyway, yeah, congrats either way. That's cool. It's cool to like, I don't know, it's still weird to me. You think I'd be used to it by now, because like I've had lots of people say things like that to me, like where they said like my game or my YouTube channel or just whatever, devlogs, whatever, or the stream or whatever has inspired them to like start making their own games, and I that's amazing. And you'd think I'd be used to it, but it's still like so weird to hear. Like I don't know, it's weird. It's cool. I'm glad. I remember when I first started like getting into Twitch, and I realized that people did game dev on Twitch, and I realized that I could like watch game devs like make games on there. There was a game called Stonehearth, not Hearthstone. Wait, yeah, not Hearthstone, Stonehearth. That I think they abandoned the project, which is a shame. But they did a big Kickstarter, and I backed it, and I was really excited about it. And then I found out they did live stream. I think that's actually how I discovered Twitch, probably, because I think I was like, yeah, I don't really want to watch Twitch. I'm not really into that whole scene. And then when I discovered they did live streams on Twitch, I was like, what? And they were making a dragon this one time, and it was like voxel art for this game. I just remember like being in chat, and like the first time I ever typed a message in chat, I was like so nervous for some reason. I guess because I was just like really like fascinated by this game, and I was still, I had never like really made like my own game yet. And so it was really cool like to see someone working on a game. And then he was like, do you think, how should this tail should be? And I was like, you should put spikes on both sides of the tail. And he was like, oh, that's a great idea. And then he put spikes on both sides of the tail, and like that's how the dragon is now in the game. And I was like, oh my god, that was my idea. That was so cool. And I thought that was like the neatest thing ever. And that really spurred me to like, when I started making games and like decided to start taking more serious, one of my friends was like, you should live stream. And I was like, you know what? I should live stream. And I felt like after I got past my imposter syndrome, I was like, this is so cool. I'm kind of like in the shoes of that guy now, or that team now that like I was so hyped about when I was like younger and like wanted to like, and I got to like influence the game or whatever. And then we did our Kickstarter and we made, I don't think it was as much as theirs was, but it was up there. And I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. My game's like in the same realm as their game. Like we've funded like a similar amount of money, and like I'm live streaming on Twitch, and like our game's gonna come out in early access. And then our game came out in early access, and we didn't abandon it, and it actually has like really good reviews and like all this stuff. And it's still like weird to think of that, like we're at that same level. Like Swords and Magic is like at that same level as that game that I like held in such a high regard when I was younger. I don't know, it's weird. Weird, dope origin story, I guess. Thanks. It sounds more like rambling to me, but yeah, I guess so. Anyway, do we fix this doors? What do we do here? How do we handle these doors? I don't know. I want to like link the NPCs to the spawners, and then when that NPC walks out, then we close that gate. But also like, I don't know. I also kind of just want to script it. I don't know if we can do that though, because it's going to be pretty hard. Like that would mean that between each wave, you'd have to like, turn that off. We'd have to like pause the game, like freeze the player's input. And I think that's going to feel bad. But that's my biggest problem is like, I can't get all the way to the gate before they walk out. But then once I defeat them, if I defeat them next to the gate's going to open again, and the next guy's going to spawn. And then that's when I can run into the gate. And that's going to be a problem. So I think we are going to have to do some sort of like blocking volume where we like block the player off from going through the gate. But then how do we get the AI out of it is the problem. I know the game you're talking about. I believe those devs are working on 2XKO. I have not kept up with it. I don't know what that is. At the very least, one of the brothers are. Yes, they were twins. Yep. They're twins and prominent in the fighting game community. Yes. Yeah, which was weird because they were making a strategy game, but yeah, there's a lot of other like games that I really like held on a pedestal or put on a pedestal, or like I don't know, there's a better word for this. I can't think of it right now. But that was the one where I was like actually like ever. It was really cool to me to see like a dev studio or a game studio where you could actually interact with the developers. Like I'd never seen that before. Like I grew up watching I came into the indie scene for the first time thinking like I could actually do this legitimately when I saw like Indie Game the movie with like Ed McMillan and Phil Fish and everything. And at that time, even indie devs, like either maybe I didn't know where to go to like get into that like discourse, I guess. But also like I'd never experienced like talking to a developer before that. So I didn't know that was like a thing you could do. And so I think when I discovered Stonehearth and like they were so active in the community and like you could just chat with them and stuff, that was just like mind blowing to me. And it changed like the way I looked at game development. And I realized like, you don't have to like totally hide what you're working on, and you don't have to like be totally solo and like independent and like just tucked away while you're making games. You can like have a community and talk with your community and like put your stuff out there and like be showcasing and everything. And that was kind of wild at the time because like not a lot of people were doing that. I don't think the game had some chill vibes similar to your game. Yes, yeah, yeah. You might notice some similarities in like art direction and stuff like that, and like like stylization, because a lot of that, because I was really inspired by that dev team in that game. Anyway, what is 2xKO though? I have to Google it now. Wait. A Riot Games. This is wild. So one of those devs is working on this? At least one of them? And this is like a fighting game? Wait, I think I just read 2v2. Is this like what was that game? Battle Right? 2v2 team-based fighting game with League of Legends champions. Or is this actually like a fighting game? Like a 2D like fighting game. It's hard to tell on their site because there's like no info about it. Here, pull it over here. I don't want to watch any of the videos right now, so I guess I'll never know. Would have been nice to see screenshots. So it's okay. So no, this is like a legit fighting game. That's cool. They have those specials listed. Ah, there you go. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so this isn't my cup of tea then. I'm not big into fighting games. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably try it. That's probably gonna be free, knowing Riot. So maybe I'll try it. But I was kind of hoping it was gonna be like a top-down like battle fighting game, like Battle Right. That would have been really cool. Which is almost just like a Battle Right was like if League of Legends didn't have laning and didn't have objectives and you were just supposed to kill each other, that's what Battle Right was, and that was amazing. But it didn't. I just think it wasn't popular enough, which was a shame because I played the heck out of it. In reference to what you were saying about being open during the development of your game, I mentor a lot of new devs, and so many people are protective of their ideas. I emphasize making a successful game is 95% execution, 5% of the idea itself. Yep. 100%. Do you make money mentoring, Jim? This is actually something I've been thinking about recently. My wife and I were like looking at like the landscape of game development, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely love making games and I want to do that forever. But you know, I was looking at it and I was like, you know, it's quite the gamble anymore because there's just so many games coming out, and it's sort of like, and for a while I was like, maybe I should just start selling assets, and I was doing game assets for a while, but like when they switched over to Fab, like that kind of killed everyone's sales, and like now the store's kind of junk, and I don't really want to go to Unity because I don't want to work with Unity, and so I don't know, now I'm kind of like up in the air about whether I want to keep doing assets or not. And it just wasn't making as much money as I wanted. Then again, I only have like 10 assets up on the store, and I'm sure if I, 10x that, I'd make 10x the money. So it's really my own like lack of motivation and drive to do that. But I was looking at other options, and one of the options I had was like, what if I like mentored or did like consulting for like indie devs? Because I do think I have a pretty good like understanding of like how to market a game and how to launch a game. We'll see how well this new game does though, because I do wonder if Swords Magic was kind of a fluke during the pandemic, and we just got lucky, or maybe Kickstarter was a big part of our marketing campaign that we didn't realize. But we'll see what happens. Right now we have like 200 wish lists on Seeking Adventure, so it's not exactly like snowballing. So we'll see what happens. And I won't launch it till we have more wish lists and we've like found a more reliable way to get wish lists, which I think is going to be sending the demo out to people, and we're scheduled for next fest, so we'll see what happens. But I was thinking like I'd probably be really good at mentoring / consulting. It's a decent revenue stream, but I do it more just to help people, and the paywall keeps away trolls and spam. Yeah, which is good. I mean, I commend you for that. I would definitely be doing it more for income, but I also do want to help. because I do see a lot of devs who are just like making games totally blind and then releasing games even more blind, and it's just falling into the void, and no one hears those games anymore, and then they quit. And some of those games are actually decent, but they just, no one heard about them, so it never had that, like, that spark never took off. And as much as people like to say if it's a good game it will get seen and it will make money, I don't think that's true. I truly think that even the best games still need some sort of marketing to like spark, right? Like you have to have that spark that like ignites the fire, because otherwise it's just never going to catch. Like it's never going to go anywhere. So yeah, so I also would like to help, but a big part of it for me would be like funding my games. I do need to make money. I have 2 kids, and money is tight as it is for probably everyone right now. But yeah, so I've been considering doing that. How did you get into it? Because I was talking to Jana about it a while back, and I proposed the idea to her, and she wasn't super into it. I think because she looks at any time where I have to like trade my time for money as like a bad investment, because it's time consuming, and like I don't have a ton of time. Like, so I mean, I have like 40 hours a week to work, but like our main income is obviously Swords and Magic, and so like that's should be the priority, but we've shifted a little bit. So be happy to talk to you about what has worked for me and what doesn't. Feel free to hit me up. I will, 1,000,000%. I will. Let me blindly click this link and pray that I don't get hacked. Cool. Yeah, this looks cool. I will definitely contact you after stream. Yeah, because I've just been thinking about it for a few months now, and I didn't want to like pull the trigger. My idea was like, maybe I'll just, you know, bite off a little bit at a time and just see what happens. And I wasn't gonna like make a website or anything like that. I was just gonna like reach out to some devs who have reached out to me in the past and asked me lots of questions about either Unreal Engine or like marketing and things like that, and just be like, hey, I want to try this thing. Obviously, I'd give you like a huge discount, or even like do it for free to start out with, you know, just to like get my foot in the door and see how it works, and see if I even like it before I like jump into it and start like charging people real money. So I was thinking about just kind of like taking it one step at a time and see what happens. Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it, but yeah, I'll definitely reach out to you and get some information before I dive in. It just sounds like something I'd be good at, and it would be a nice way to supplement my income a little more. Probably not pay all the bills, but it would be nice to be able to like help other devs build up more of a community and like meet more people. I might even like focus it through like Patreon. I think going like the Patreon route, and then like letting patrons like schedule like a meetup or whatever with me. Not a meetup, like, but like a video call or voice call or whatever, would be a cool way to handle it. Because then it's very much like you're still like just supporting me if you want to, and then if you need help, it'll probably give you access to like a Discord where you can chat with other people in the group. I think that might be a good way to go about it. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's a bad way to do it. Anyway, I've just been thinking about it. Moving on. What should we do? Let's I don't know what to do about this. I think we're just gonna leave it. I think we're just gonna like make these. Maybe we'll put like another door on the inside of this or something. The players obviously can't walk through, and then we'll just spawn the AI there, and it'll just be what it is. I can't think of any other like solutions. Like we could have like we could just like teleport the player back out if they walk in there. We could do like a timer. If you walk in there, maybe it gives you like 5 seconds, whatever, and if you don't leave, then you just die. Like the guards and they're just like kill you or whatever. I don't know. Let's just wait. I guess I'll talk to Ray about it, see what he wants to do about that, because I don't really know. I don't have a good solution. I think closing the gates when the AI comes out is a good idea, but if the player is stuck in there, then that's gonna be a problem. And doing like a one-sided, maybe we actually could. I don't know. Let's try this. How about this? Let's grab a plane. I don't know why I put it in place. It didn't even place yet. I want to. Oh man, isn't it? I forgot how to do this now. I don't have the pivot plugin in this project like I would normally use. How do you do this? I can't remember how to do it. Is there a merge tool still? I haven't done this in a long time, and I think last time I did it was in Unreal Engine. There's a way. Oh, I think it's in here. Merge actors. Oh my god, that was too much. That was too complicated. It doesn't really matter which one I use. I just want to do merge. Thank you. This is what I wanted. We're gonna put this in meshes. I don't know. We'll put it in kitbash, I guess. I'm gonna call this SM underscore do the lowercase thing. We're gonna do one-sided plane. Great. Now I can open this, and we're just gonna apply a collision to it. Does that not work? What if we just do auto collision? Let's just test it. The plan here is to make it so you can walk through one side of it, but not the other side. So obviously this side I shouldn't be able to walk through. Okay. I'm not able to make a collision on this for some reason. I can add a box collision, but I don't want a box collision. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Remove collision. Collision. There we go. I think that'll work. Okay, that works. And then, nope, still can't walk through the side. I might have to bring this into Maya. This is how lazy as I am. I didn't want to open Maya to to make a plane to do this with. So I found a way to merge the plane just to have a plane, but it didn't work. I wonder if this is a new thing in Unreal 5, because I know that I have like one-sided meshes. It's really interesting that it doesn't work. And applying a new like convex decomposition doesn't work because it's just a... Oh, I didn't mean to re-import that. With the 4x axis aligned edges beveled. That sounds like what I want, but it's not. I think it actually is creating like a... Yeah. Actually creating like a cube. I want like the most basic of all basic. I don't even know if this is going to work in UE5. Put this on desktop. See, this is why, okay. This is why I think capital letters for the prefix is important, because it didn't recognize the SM, the lowercase SM, as a prefix when I exported it, and so it appended a capital SM underscore lowercase SM like onto it, you know, or underscore onto it, which obviously isn't what I want. So even Unreal Engine is like not seeing the lowercase. Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. It's because it named it that. Just kidding. It's not Unreal Engine. That's just me being dumb. It did not append that. I was... My bad. Import. Did this give me... It did. So how do I do this? Because I can't add collisions on here, and I can't like... Can I actually? If I duplicate this and I call this... Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. If I do that, I guess I should have kept that collision in the exact same spot though. I shouldn't have moved it. Re-import. I can't. Why did that not work? It didn't bring the collision with it. I don't know. I guess there's no way to have like a one-sided collision on a box like, or on a plane like this. All right, what if we just did a box? Hold on, we'll leave that here for now. What if we just did a cube and we just... Not that. How was that what I wanted? What if we did this and then we just inverted it? Where is my invert button? Hello? Export? Yes. Re-import. Why is it not working? Okay. What? Okay. Isn't there an auto generate collisions option? I don't remember. Let's just import it. Okay, we have an inverted cube. I should be able to walk into it, but not out of it. That's the plan anyway. Walk in, but not out. Or all the way through it. That's fine too, I guess, right? Okay, try again. Usually when you import a model, it like... Damn it, what is going on here? I don't know. I guess there's no way to walk through a plane in UE5 anymore. I know you can do this in UE4 because we use this in like at least 2 different places in Sword of the Magic. At least 2 different places. Where we have like a one-sided plane. Hey, what's up, Zach? This is a game called Imperium. It's not my game. It's a game I work on for a friend or with a friend. He pays me, so it's nice. But it's an open world gladiator game, I guess. You're trying to lure and trap the player. No, the opposite. I'm trying to keep players out of these areas. So, the problem is, okay. When the arena starts, when the thing starts, these guys open up, right? You run out here, enemies spawn in here, and they run out. You can't quite get there in time to get in there, so the door can just shut after they get out, which is great. The problem is that once you fight them, you can fight them right in front of the door, and when they die, the door opens, the gate opens back up again, and then giving you a chance to run in. And then another enemy will spawn there, and you can fight them inside, and then the door will close and you'll get locked inside. So we could check to see if like the player's in there and then not close the door until they leave. Make sure there's no characters inside there before we close the door. That would be just fine. There's a lot of options, but I think what we're trying to avoid is letting the player in there in the first place, because we don't want them in there fighting the battle, right? We don't want players inside the gates fighting enemies in the arena. It just feels bad. So the plan here was to put a one-sided plane up on the wall so they can't walk in, but the enemies can walk out no problem. Then just make the plane invisible. Just use like a clear texture or whatever, or material. But that's not working, clearly. So I don't know another solution here. I could use like, and they have the same collision bounds, so like I can't like set up like a plane with like specific collisions where the player can't walk through, but enemies can. Makes for bad arena entertainment. Exactly. So I could use the blocking volume, but then the enemies and the player both have the same collision setup. They have the same collision type, collision object type, whatever it's called. And so that would mean the AI couldn't get out either. And that's like the biggest problem is if the AI can't get out, just like we can't prevent the AI from leaving just so to prevent the player from getting in. And I could do some fancy like, okay, well the player's near this gate, so only open this gate over here so the AI can get out. But I just feel like that's going to be a huge headache to do, and like it still has problems. Like I can still see like envision situations where that might break. Give me 10 seconds. I just need to check to make sure Jana's going to get Abby from school, and I don't have to go get her. 1 sec. Okay, we're all set. So you need a one-way valve. Yes. Yeah, my kind of what I'm thinking is we just put like 2 gates in there and then just spawn the enemy between the 2 gates. So even if the player does go in and starts fighting in there, it's not really a big deal. We could also just do a thing where like you walk in there and it just like fades the camera out and then you like to black or whatever, and then you just get spawned back into the middle of the arena. And that would be fine, I guess, too. And then once players do that one time, they'll be like, oh, I can't go in there. And then they'll never do it again. And I think that would be a fine solution. It might be weird if you're fighting an enemy and then you get faded out and then you're back in the center of the arena and the enemy has to like turn around and chase you. And I don't know if they would. I don't know if they'd like just stand there or what would happen. We could also make it so there, like you walk in and it starts like a countdown on the screen or whatever, and you have like 5 seconds to leave or you forfeit the match or whatever. And then if you forfeit the match, maybe you just like automatically get teleported back into the like prep area and then the match is over. Like there's a lot of ways to like punish players from going in there to like prevent them from going in there, but I don't know the best solution. And I guess this is a Ryu question. I don't think he's in chat anymore. What about an invisible block pusher, like how you can clear bowling pins? Oh, okay, that could be interesting. So like if you walk in there, like a wall just like pushes you, like slides you back out. It would also slide the AI back out too. That wouldn't be a bad idea. It might look kind of weird. I mean, it'll definitely look weird. You're just gonna get like magically slid out. I don't know. I think this is a question for Ryu. I think we're gonna wait on this one. So what can we do instead while we wait for Ryu? I think it's time to start working on some gameplay effects or gameplay abilities. I think we already got some stuff set up. I just need to find where it's at. Gas abilities. It looks like we already have a regen stamina set up. If we have all these things, it shouldn't be too hard. What does MAG stand for? Blueprint, gameplay effect, mag. Health potion regen. I have no idea what mag means. We have a cooldown drone torch. GE damage. Character jump. So most of these are gameplay effects, which should be under the effects. Think they'll care if I move them? We have this one that's capitalized too, so I don't know who made this one. We're gonna move these into effects. Move here. Uh-oh, can't check them out. Why? It's not checked out by anybody. Oh, I just need to pull maybe? Okay, let's save. Let's close this. Close. Let's pull. Open back up, and then we'll move them. And then we'll start playing. And then I think we'll move them, and then I'll push probably, so I don't have everything checked out because I don't need them all checked out. And then we'll start playing around. It looks like we already have a jump ability, which I'm assuming is working. I think they were mentioning that was working. So I think we can probably work with that jump ability and build a. We'll probably see where that one parents from, and then we'll probably build a base like attack ability that will be entirely driven by a montage. I'm gonna have to dig through how our combat stuff works because I might have to rebuild some stuff. I hope not. Hopefully we can just plug into what we have working already. But we'll see what happens. Because most of the combat stuff, not most of it, but a good chunk of that combat stuff should probably be on the ability itself, depending on what it does. I don't know. I don't need to go to the other level, I guess. Okay, let's grab all this GE stuff. There's even more GE stuff in here. Periodic heal. Mag health potion, another potion regen. Another stamina regen, another stamina regen. What is all this? And then when new gameplay effect execution calculation, what's this? I'm gonna leave all this stuff in here because this should have everything to do with the potion, hopefully. Character update, redirector references, check out. All this GE stuff that just got moved. Okay. You guys gonna use Gas Companion? Yep, we are. Yeah, but so I'm not fully versed on it, so I'm not. Oh wait, where are we? Oh, we're in Master's level. Interesting. I'm not fully versed in like what they have done or whatever, but I know they ran into some issue early on that had to do with like sprinting in multiplayer. And because of that, they made a new base class that was like with their own movement component. If I remember correctly, maybe it's not a movement component. Maybe it's just like a base class with movement built in. I don't know. But they like are using their own movement component because they couldn't get sprinting to work in multiplayer, I think. Anyway, so because of that, they were struggling with like using gas with it, but I think they got it working. I think they're using gas with their like their default characters. So I don't know where I'm sure there's going to be some situations where it's like this doesn't just work out of the box like you would normally it would, because we have some base class stuff like some shenanigans going on, but we're going to find out. What else? There was another thing too. I don't remember. Anyway, but yeah, that's hopefully we're fine. Hopefully it's not a big deal. Anyway, we have this jump, which is parented from the Gas Companion gameplay ability. So let's just duplicate this. We're gonna call this this is character jump. Let's call this character attack base, maybe. I want to do like underscore base. I don't know. Sure. Oh, I capitalized it. How dare I? What do you mean can't rename it? Whatever. I guess it hasn't been added yet. Whatever. Go away. Block abilities with tag. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to build up. I am a little concerned about doing this because I don't know what the plan is. Like, I don't know what we want this to do, and I don't know what we already have in place, right? Like, I don't know. There's already an ability system in the game that was like hand coded. So I don't know what that did, like to what extent, like what does it do? And I don't know to what extent we want to use gas, and I don't know where or like what we want to like affect or whatever. So I'm a little concerned about doing this myself, because the way I would build this might not be how they want to do it. They have a cooldown or like state, character, healing, block. So we have a state, block, jump. See, like right away, I'm already like, I'm not sure what the plan here is, because like a state should just be a state. We shouldn't have a state block. And okay, so I'm assuming that the block here, since it has a child that's jump, means that like these are states that are being blocked because they've been used. And I would assume that you'd actually want that just to be a jump state. So like you're in, like the state is jumping, like you're in the middle of jumping. That's the state your character is in. So then we would just block, like we would just block abilities with the jump state tag. But we have a state block jump. So now I'm not really sure what the plan is. I think that was a mistake, to be honest. It seems like it was a mistake, but I don't know. What's up, Ryan? Yes, hello. A state should be a state for sure. Absolutely. What is going on? I think it was a mistake too, but I'm not really sure. All or nothing, my opinion. Yeah, agreed. I'm also of the opinion that we should just do all or nothing gas. But because this game already has like a full ability system built in a bunch of code already, I'm not entirely sure how they like want to handle this. Because I just don't want to like start building everything from the ground up and then find out that we had to like redo a bunch of blueprints. because there's already stuff working. So like if they already have things working and they've already built like their own cooldown system in Blueprint and they don't want to use cooldowns from gas or something, then like that's important to know, right? Things like that. The last thing I want to do is like make new work or make more work for anybody on the team, let alone myself. And so because Mester built the entire system originally, who's the programmer on the team, I think I want to just like wait and consult with him and just make sure I know what we actually need to be building. I wonder if this was actually supposed to be like, this is like the blocking state, like you're in combat blocking with a shield. And then this is a different state for jump. And it just got, I think that's probably what you think too, Maz. Is Imperium the same as Seeking Adventure or something else? No. Okay, so Imperium is a game. It's Ryuthmus's game. I think you know who Ryu is. He's like single-handedly donated more money to me through stream than like anyone else ever. Pretty sure. Except for that one guy who bought me a computer. I think he's in lead still. He's crazy. Anyway, yeah, so Imperium is his project and he pays me to work on it. And it is an open world gladiator game. It's sort of like Breath of the Wild meets like Roman gladiators, but it's set in the distant future. Almost like a what's it called? An alternate history where Rome never fell and it became like the leading thing or whatever. There's some like definite like quirks about the world though. Like there's no roads because like I think the idea is that cars were never invented. I don't know how transport works. I know there's hoverboards. So clearly like there was some jump to like we have like a magic kind of like thing. So we have like hoverboards and I think there's supposed to be like, I brought up the idea of like a mag train or like a hover train that like goes around the world so you can do like fast travel between points, but we already have a hoverboard, so that might not be happening. Also it'd be a lot of work probably. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not fully versed in like the lore or the history of the world or how it came to be, but it is definitely a futuristic Rome. It's pretty cool. Yes, Ryuthmus is $100. That Ryuthmus. Yeah. Seeking Adventure is totally different. I'm sure it says 48 days or something like that to launch, which is wrong on multiple accounts. One, we're not working on Seeking Adventure today, so there's no reason to have that title. And I swear I changed the title before I went live, but you know, I don't really trust Streamlabs anymore. I'm kind of over it and ready to move back to OBS here soon. And second, it's not 48 days anymore because that was the last time I streamed, which was over 2 weeks ago. So we are now down to like, I don't know, like 20 something days. I think we have like 25 days or something like that left. Before the demo launch in Next Fest. Our demo actually needs to be finished by the 14th. So next week is gonna be like kind of crunch for that, which is why I'm working on this today to get this stuff knocked out. Seeking Adventure. Seeking Adventure. Here's the link. Paste the link in chat if you actually want to know more about it. Seeking Adventure is a hidden object point and click RPG. It's really simple. It's very, very, very dumbed down. In fact, it's so simple that we have no text in the game. There's like text in the pause menu, and that's literally it. Even like the main menu has like the logo of the game, and that's it. There's no text. There's some text on like in the screenshots. There's like an inventory section, and that does have text around. But I'm gonna fix that. Those are gonna be icon based. And I also want to do like draggable, like repositionable windows. I just need to learn how to do it. I really like the idea of that for this game, so we'll see if that actually works. Just because I think being able to like move things around in your world and like clicking and dragging and stuff would like feel good, and like then it doesn't have to be like covering the whole bottom of the screen. So that's the plan. Anyway, I don't know if I'll get that done for the demo, but that's the plan before full release. Anyway, yeah, it's very simple. You have 5 different stats which are kind of up to your own imagination. Like they are they're meant to be like combat, stamina, charisma, strength, and craftsmanship, but they're kind of just like whatever you think they are because they just have icons. And then you like hover over enemies, and it'll like there might be like a challenge, and doesn't necessarily have to be an enemy. It could be like a sheep, for example, that has a challenge or whatever, and it could be a craftsmanship challenge, so it's like a hammer. And the idea is like I'm gonna shear the sheep, but I have to like be a good craftsman to do that. So I have to like roll my craftsmanship skill, and I have to beat like a 5, for example, to like shear this sheep. If you fail, then you take damage. If you go down to 0 health, you don't die. You just can't do any more challenges until you get more health back. So you'll get consumables like apples and stuff. You can click on trees, and sometimes apples will spawn, and you just pick them up, and you can eat them and give you one like half a heart back. You can trade in apples to like certain traders and stuff to get like health potions, which gives you 2 hearts, so you can like double your health output or whatever. There's gear and equipment. There's a head slot, an armor slot, a chest slot, a boot slot, a glove slot, and a weapon slot. So there's 5 slots. And as you go through levels, you'll find quests which will let you like hand in an item or multiple items to get an item in return. And some of those are like mystery items. And and some of the challenges also, actually all the challenges give you rewards as well. So you can use those rewards. They can be like materials, they can be consumables, they can be quest items, or they can be gear. And so if they're gear, you can equip them like you'd expect. I don't know. It's basically change the title to a bunch of icons. Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. That'd be actually be pretty funny. Yeah, the idea was like that would be a fun limitation to try to make like an RPG without text, like, and still have like storytelling like through like environmental design and like just like items, like item icons. So that was the idea. And then I really like Hidden Folks, and I think it's like just such a simple idea for a game where you're just like basically playing Where's Waldo, you know, in video game form. But the problem with Hidden Folks is like there's literally no like gamification to it at all, and so that always like kind of bothered me, that it was just kind of like, it's cool that like Hidden Folks is neat, but I wish that it was like a game in it, you know, not just like finding, it's not just like a finding hidden objects game or book, I guess. And so the idea was like, what if we just mixed RPG elements into it so there was some gamification? So that's all it is. A world where everyone's voices were taken by a curse. Yeah, so that's one thing that I'm struggling with, is like I want to make a story for the game, like an overarching story, so there's a reason to be like traveling through this world and like getting to the last map or whatever. The problem is I don't know how to do that without text, and so it's kind of like it's been stumping me a little bit. So I want to kind of do something like really cliche, like really just like generic, because like that's the best way to be able to like tell that story. Like I can't really tell a super nuanced, unique story without text in any way. See Sora to climb mountain, profit. Yep. Seeking adventure, capitalism. Oh, that's pretty fun. I like it. Do the Next Fest demos need to be done by the 14th? No. So are you doing Next Fest, Maz? So the 14th, Steam opens the demos up to the press. So anyone who wants to like write about Next Fest or whatever can access demos on the 14th, and they also get access to your trailers and all that stuff. So, or that's like when they would like be able to see your page. So our goal is to get the trailer done and the demo up, and I don't know if it needs to be public. I think it just needs to be up and ready to go. I think I need to reach out to someone on Steam, make sure, or Jana looked into it, maybe she'll know, but now she's gone for the day, for a while. So I can't ask her right now, but yeah, the goal is to get it all done by 14th. So the press has full access to it in case they want to write about the game. Adventure. Yeah, so it's a tight deadline, but we're close. Like we're already like really close. We have the save system fully functioning and working and in. We only have 3 save slots, but I just don't think it needs to be more than that. I think it's fine. I can't see anyone wanting multiple save slots in the first place, but I just did it in case like they're, 2 brothers share a computer or something and they don't want to overwrite each other's progress, whatever. And the save slots are just color coded. So there's like red, blue, and yellow, I think. Maybe it's red, blue, and green. Which is like as simple as I could possibly make it. What else? Yeah, there's like a map that's like I think it's actually almost fully finished. I just want to make new icons for the levels that are not available during Next Fest, during the demo. And then I kind of want to make it so like if you click on one of those maps, then it pops up and says like thanks for playing. And that's obviously going to have to be in English. I guess I could translate it, but I'm not so sure I want to like translate this for all languages during Next Fest. I think that'll just launch in different languages. I'm not sure yet. I think we have time to do the translations because I literally have to translate the pause menu. I don't know what else to do for the pause menu for like resume game, exit to desktop, like I don't know, or exit title or exit to desktop, whatever. I don't know if it's going to be possible to do icons for that. Like I can definitely do icons for like quitting the game. I don't know how the hell to do an icon for resume. I guess I can just put like a little X in the top corner or something. That's what I've been kind of relying on, is like when a menu pops up with like to delete something, whatever, there's just a little X in the corner, like, oh, I'm just going to close this window and cancel out of it. So I like to double save because I've been burned by save corruption too many times. So the save system doesn't work like that, unfortunately. You click on, but yeah, and this could be a problem for this because I do not have any sort of backups for save corruption. So yeah, I might have to look into doing that, like doing an A/B save system, just in case. But yeah, you cannot double save because when you save the game, like first of all, it auto saves, which is probably going to lead to even more corruption. But I do have like a save queue system, so it like won't save if it's saved in the last like 10 seconds or 5. I think it's 3 seconds. And if you try to save again within that seconds, then it like just queues up another save at the end of it. And then if you obviously try to save within 3 seconds of that, the next one it'll just queue up another save. It won't like queue up multiple saves. Like you can trigger it 100 times within that 3 seconds and it'll still only save once at the end of it, so we don't have to save every 3 seconds the whole game. But yeah, so I don't think there's going to be save corruption, and it's a pretty small amount of data, so I'm not too worried about it, but we'll see what happens. If people lose their demo progress, probably not a big deal. I don't think the demo is longer than like 20, maybe 30 minutes of gameplay, if that. And that's like if you want to like find all the little secrets, and there's not a whole lot of secrets yet, but there will be more. But yeah, since it auto saves, it just saves over the slot you load it into. So you can just pick A, B, or C basically, or 1, 2, 3, or whatever, red, green, and blue, and then it'll just keep saving in that slot. So there's not really a way to like save in multiple slots. And maybe we should just do that. I don't know. Maybe I should just let people like name their own save slots, because then it doesn't matter what language you speak, as long as the font covers it, then you're good to go. That's another thing, is I don't know how to this is why I don't know how to handle localization, which is why I didn't want to do text, because I don't know how the hell to like handle that. Like if you do like do I have to have a font for every language that uses special characters, whatever? And is that just like Japanese and Chinese? Is that it? Or is there like, I'm sure there's way more than that I just don't know of. Anyway. They do multiple Next Fest each year. Yes, every 3 months, I think they do a Next Fest. The next one is, I think, June. So it must be 3 a year. And I think you have to be applied by March or May. I don't remember. I think there are a few Google fonts that have all the languages, so you just swap out for that font. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure the localization stuff like handles it for you. We can just like put the font in, but I have not looked into it yet. I barely looked into like any localization at all. And again, like, man, I really wish I could just get the pause menu to like, I wish I could find a way to do pause menu without text, because right now we have like no text in the game at all. And so right now, other than that stupid menu, I can basically say that every single language is supported right now because it doesn't take any. I should just pull up the game. I've worked on this for a while. I think we should. I'm not going to save this. I'm just going to close it. Oh, I should have pushed though. Hang on, let me go push in Perforce real quick. That's fine. Okay, what are we doing? We did finished up, fixed the enemies for some reason. I have no idea how the enemies were broken until we fixed the shields, but they're working now. Did a bunch of stuff today. Okay, submit that. We'll open up Seeking Adventure. How long have we been live? Almost 5 hours, so that's fine. I feel justified in working 5 hours. I'll probably put a little more time in Imperium later today, though. I just want to get the ability stuff done, but I do think I need to talk to Ryu first before we dive into it too much. Roboto has most languages. Oh, does it? So maybe what I'll just do is, like, if it's not English, if the player hasn't chosen English, then I'll just swap to the Roboto and swap and choose a language. The universal pause symbol. Just do it like a tape player. That's not a bad idea. Now I just hear Sea King every time. That's fine. There's no ocean, so that might be a problem. But we'll open it from the title screen so you guys get the full effect here. There's no music in the game yet, but I'm working with Landon again, and he has a track. Oh man, I meant to message him. He sent me another track sample. He's got some tracks in the works that I think are gonna work out. Oh yeah, and there's a new hand, but I need to figure out how I'm going to handle switching to like a pointer when you go over button, like, yeah, buttons or UI or whatever. Because like the hand is only really works for grabbing and dragging. Anyway, we'll do a new game. So this is the game map or the world map. This looks 2D, but it's actually all done in 3D and like stupid. It's honestly really dumb. But yeah, so all these guys right here are like placeholders for the non-demo levels, which are obviously not done yet. And then all these ones that actually can be unlocked are going to be in the game. So it's just going to be these 4 levels for the demo. And then after that, if you click on the other ones, it'll pop up and be like, thanks for playing the demo. So obviously that's going to have to be in Roboto, I guess. I don't know. We'll see about that. So anyway, so yeah, all I have unlocked is this one. I don't have points to go here. It needs to like shake or like pop up or like error or something. So you know that you can't do that. We head in here. There was like a logo that like popped up and like bounced around and animated and stuff, but people were complaining that it was just a little too busy for such a quick load time. So I just decided to I just swapped it out for an animation that didn't have the logo for now. So anyway, I think we're pretty well set up for the demo. So everything should work as we go through and play. This level I'm going to redo and I think we're gonna do a little campfire in it and get rid of this guy. Cause this is weird. There's no reason to have like a battle standard in the level. So this guy wants 2 apples. I just picked 2 apples. I can grab some more apples out of trees. The trees have a chance to drop apples, so there is a possibility that players could potentially play through this level for the first time and not get any apples and not know what the hell to do. So I'm probably going to set up 1 or 2 of these trees to forcibly always drop an apple, so you always get 2 of them, just so you can always complete the quest. So that completes the quest. That needs to be fixed. It's not updating that properly. I can turn in more apples and get potions. Potions give you a whole heart. Apples give you half a heart. Pretty simple. Key doesn't do anything, but I can turn the key in to get a club. This guy is a combat challenge to get some gold coins. So if I equip my club, so I go from a D4, my combat switches from a D4 to a D4, so I don't get an upgrade there. That's just showing what it's going to change to. And then I get +1 combat in my score, so I get a +1 here. I don't know if there's a better way to teach players that. I think that's just going to be a thing where they have to just kind of play around for a little bit and they'll figure it out. So I rolled a 1, +1, that gives me a 2. I didn't beat the 3, so I took damage. Try again, got a 4, +1. I recently just set up, I think it's a bug. I think I have a bug here. I'm not worried about it though. I think we're gonna leave it alone. But I recently set up like a helper system. So when you roll, whenever you like roll to do a challenge, if you fail the roll, the next roll will always give you +1. As long as you can defeat the challenge. If you can't beat the challenge, it doesn't work like that, because that way you don't just keep getting 1, 1, 1, 1 until you like hit the roll cap. Because that would be really obvious that just kept like you. Because if you try to challenge like 10 times, for some reason, if you had that much health, then you'd end up with like always rolling the maximum. So if you had like a D6, you'd be rolling 6s every single time, and that would be like really obvious. So I just turned that off. So whenever you try to do a challenge, like here's a craft 3 challenge, which I could technically beat. I need to find a challenge that I can't beat yet. I don't think any of these guys have challenges. All right, well, whatever. So if I fail this challenge, I didn't. But if I did fail that challenge, I rolled like a 1 or whatever, the next roll would be a 2, like, or it'd be a regular roll, like a D4 roll +1, like a behind the scenes +1, and it would clamp at 4, obviously. So you can never like fail more than the die roll. So if you're rolling a D10, for example, the most you could fail is if you rolled, and you needed to roll a 10, then the most you could fail would be 9 times, which is still a lot, but you'd have to be really super unlucky. And that's assuming you didn't have any bonuses either. Anyway, so I'm harvesting some sheep here. And again, this uses my craft skill, which just gives me a +0, but this guy wants some wheat. I can go over here and pick some wheat. This guy's in my way. And he gives me milk. The items like hop out from behind things so they get stuck behind them. This guy wants milk and he'll give me a bone. The dog up here probably wants the bone. He sure does. There's my bottle. So once you find these are what gives you points. This needs to show like a little like diamond up here. I need to write this down actually. I gotta get this done soon. Okay, sorry, taking some notes. Anyway, so I'm looking for this glove still. So it's probably from one of these two. Or this guy. So he wants some chocolate ice cream. So we'll get a carrot. Oh, there's a carrot there too. I know where everything is, obviously. So I'm sure players will be going through clicking everything to see, what they can find in each level, which will sometimes reveal fun stuff. There's going to be lots of secrets eventually with like secret quests and stuff that are not in the goals box, or maybe we'll have like a secret box or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, there, we got some chocolate ice cream we can give to this guy now. So these guys all have the same quest, but now that I've completed it for one of them, it completes for all of them. So we don't have to worry about doing that anymore. So I got some coins from him, so it shows like what you did. So in case you forgot like what each quest gave you, you can see that. Let's turn one of our apples into a thing so we don't have 3 stacks. You can also now right click things in your inventory and delete them, which is nice. And that pops up over the top of your mouse now, so you can do it anywhere, which is cool. So his quest is done now. So now we can, this needs to be a 5, I think. I think we talked about this being a 5, so you couldn't beat it. Because I could technically just beat this now pretty easily. And then I don't have to do the other thing. Anyway, well, it doesn't matter, I guess. So that gave me a +1 in charisma, and now I can seduce his girlfriend. I guess. Whatever you want to make the story out to be. And that gives me a +1 craftsmanship, so now I can harvest wool easier. Because now I get a +1. Cool. Now we're done with this level. We can go back out. Can you add an area called the Sea King's Lair, please? Maybe. Probably. Yeah, all right, so this is a bug I keep running into. I need to add this to the bugs list. For some reason, this doesn't like unlock every time. Luckily, when you unlock these, it doesn't take your coins. It's just a minimum you have to have. So it's like you're not spending 3 coins to unlock this level. I still keep the coins. I just have to have at least that much to unlock the level. So it's not really like a game-breaking bug that it keeps showing. Like I bet if I go into this level now and I come back out right away, it's gonna be, oh, my stomach's growling, sorry. It's gonna be, yeah, so it's locked again. Why? I don't know. I guess it's lunchtime. It's 4 o'clock and I haven't eaten anything. That would explain why. This is a cool game. Thank you. It's very small. I'm planning on doing like, we're probably gonna sell it for like $7, maybe $8. This level needs more work. There's way too many trees all like clustered together. Jana kind of goes through and like builds out like the quests in the levels, and then I go through and like decorate them and make them look pretty. But yeah, I don't think this level can do anything yet. I don't know why the top of the door is not clickable. Look into that. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's the roof. The roof's in the way. I had that problem in level 2. Anyway, but yeah, the cursor is new, so you can hover over things and tell if it's something you can actually click or not. And these guys are probably not going to drop anything. But that's not going to stop players from like clicking every single one, I'm sure. Just in case. Another thing we're struggling with is like consistency. Like if we want trees to drop something, then like every single tree of that type should have a chance to drop it at a pretty decent rate. Which means if we have like one of these trees decide we want like the trees in this level to drop like firewood or something, then like every single tree needs to drop firewood. So in that case, I think what we need to do is instead of like having every tree drop firewood, we just have like a special tree, like maybe like one big orange tree or something, and have like a challenge, like a craftsman challenge, and then you like defeat it, right, to get firewood, and then it like destroys the tree. Then you can just chop down trees. Like we'll do more things like that probably. Anyway, these guys are all just generic, I think. Maybe? Oh, so this guy's has 2 health. I need a sound effect for that. And a sound effect for rolling the dice. I need lots more sounds. Oh yeah, and this key doesn't work for some reason. I think that Jana used 2 different keys. Or like 2 different quests with 2 different keys. That's a big potion. It gives me 2 hearts back. Anyway, so yeah, this is the game. There's another level too, but you can't unlock it yet. But it's actually way more complete than this one, which is kind of a shame we can't unlock it yet, because this one has a lot more stuff going on. Yeah, but that's the game. So it'll just be like the 4 levels for the demo, and then that's what like the countdown is for, really, is like the demo. The idea was to release the game the day after Next Fest, but I am not so confident that we're gonna have the wish list for that. I want at least like 5,000 or 6,000 to just make a dent, because the goal is like $10,000 for this game. If we can't make $10,000 in like the first month, then it was a flop, and I have to be more careful about what games we make going forward. I think it'll do okay. I don't think it's gonna be like, I'm not expecting more than like $20,000. I think somewhere between 10 and 20,000 in like the first month is like where my expectations like end. And again, my goal is 10. If we get 10, I'm very happy, and then we can turn around and just make a new game. And we'll make another small game. Jan and I have actually been talking about what the next project's going to be, because it's what I love about this is that this is so fast and like short and just like easy to knock out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've definitely spent like a month of work on this already. It's been a lot of work, but like it's so much smaller than like any other game I've ever tried making before, so that's fun. But the nice thing about it is that like because it's so small, we're like already like thinking about the next project, and like that's attainable. Like it's already like, yeah, when this one's done in like a month, then we'll move on to the next one. So like it's something it's like a goal that's like not so far in the future, which is with Swords of Magic. It was always like, man, the next game in like 4 or 5 years when this game is done will be really cool. And so it's always just felt like there never will be a next game, and like we're going to be stuck on this forever. So this game's been nice because it's been like, oh yeah, there will be a next game, and it's going to be sooner than we think. Like it's going to be like close. So pretty excited about it. Anyway, but yeah, here's the pause menu. I'm sure we could do like you said, like we just show like a pause button, and then we have like a stop and then a play, and that could work. There wouldn't be a way to exit to desktop though, I guess. Yeah, this could work. I don't know. Another thing I'd like to fix is that to drag the map, you have to right click and drag, which works and feels pretty good, but like, and it like matches Unreal Engine too, which I'm kind of smitten about that. But I feel like you should be able to do it with left click too. And I feel like because we can't, I think players are gonna like expect to, and then when they can't, they're gonna be like, what? Why can't I do that? How am I supposed to move around? But like, I mean, everyone has a right click on their mouse, right? Wait, well, it doesn't matter. We're not launching for Mac anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I don't think Macs have a right click. Just one more reason. Anyway, that's the game. So I'm gonna go get some food because it's 4:30 and I've been streaming for 5 hours and I'm hungry. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm not gonna rate anybody. I feel guilty rating people lately because I always feel like I have to like stick around and talk, and I always just like feel bad about it. And I don't know. You guys have no problem finding something else to do after I end the stream. So go find someone to watch, and I'll be back on Tuesday. Hopefully, most definitely, I'll be here on Tuesday for sure. I'm trying to fix my stream schedule. I was doing really good this year, and then I messed it up by getting sick, and my fault. Anyway, I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out, and don't forget to wishlist the game. Here, go to Steam next. Wishlist the game so you can help me you know, tell Steam that other people like it so they can tell people about it and stuff. Anyway, okay, thanks. Bye.